Hello, everyone. I'm here to help you relax and fall into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please like and subscribe. It really helps a lot. I'd love to hear where you're listening from. Now, get comfortable and let's begin. Something's in the old building in the woods. A week ago, if you had asked me if I believed in things that went bump in the night, I would have looked at you as if you just escaped the nearest psychiatric ward, and, giving you a terse, derisive response, I would have said, no, I've never believed, not in ghosts, vampires, werewolves, ghouls, haunts, haints, or any other explanations for things heard yet unseen, glimpsed but never identified. I want to tell my story, that for no other reason than to get it out of my head, and maybe, by writing it down, putting it into some tangible form, separating myself from it in some way, it will become less real and more dreamlike, more story-like. Then maybe I can read it and enjoy it, be disbelievingly amused by it as if it didn't happen to me but to someone else. I'm scared though, but I think I've made peace with what I'm about to do. I believe now, and in believing, I've also had to face the fact of my own death. By telling you this story, I know I'm signing my own death warrant, but it doesn't matter. Death over insanity, over the fingers of dark knowledge wriggling inside my brain, knowing that, by telling what I know, all I have seen, that I might save the lives of others. So, yes, I believe it's worth it. I believe. The building stood ugly, squat, and long alongside a seldom-traveled back road, about 10 miles or so outside the city limits. It was an old building. Maybe at one time it was a barn of some kind, but now it was hard to tell. The wooden facade now sported a blazing blood, red, with black trim. I happened to be traveling this road on a semi-regular basis, because my parents still live in the country, and the shortest route between where I lived in the city and where they still lived on the small farm of my childhood was this twisting, turning, narrow back road. So I was familiar with the building, enough to know that it marked, for me anyway, the halfway point between my home and my parents. But I never really paid much attention to it before. In fact, until recently, the wooden sides of the building had been severely warped, weathered, and bolted down, forcing it into the general surroundings of trees, brush, and large boulders there. But there, not there, just an old building, like any other old building in the well-established woods or rural Arkansas. But on one such trip out to visit my parents, engrossed in my own thoughts, I rounded the gentle curve in the road to see the newly painted, garishly red building, and I caught my breath, and I was surprised. More surprised than I really can express to you. But from what I could tell, the building had virtually been remodeled overnight. It hadn't been more than 2 days since my last visit to my parents' home. The only reason I was going back was because I left my iPad there and wanted to retrieve it. Mom had asked, well, since you're coming, you might as well stay for dinner. I'm making a roast. No one turned down my mom's roast. I pulled quickly to the side of the road, across from the newly painted building, and just sat there for a minute, looking at it. The wood was still warped in places, but it looked like someone had shored it all up, that it was structurally sound once more. Further, the very few windows the building actually had were, from what I could tell, painted over with the same black as the trim. It's odd, I said aloud, looking out the window. Another odd thing, there was a neon open sign flashing next to the black painted door. Open? What could that mean? I didn't have time to mull it over, as I was already going to catch grief from my mother for being late and making her wait. And so I guided my little silver car back onto the road and continued on my way. The building was forgotten for now. Over the next few weeks, I had made several trips to and from my parents' house, and it seemed as if each time I passed the long building in the woods, something new had been done to it. A corrugated metal roof, a little portico over the entrance, a gravel parking lot bordered with huge boulders. Other than the red color, the building seemed to establish itself as both new and yet also a well-loved, aged part of the natural surroundings. It became a matter of some interest to me, during my back-and-forth drives, a small pleasure, watching the establishment, whatever it was, transform itself. Transform itself, yes, because I never saw a single person doing any kind of work there. And maybe I just didn't pass it at the right times, but I never saw any equipment either. I tried to imagine how heavy those parking lot boulders were, No way they were moved without heavy equipment. But mostly it was a curiosity to me, nothing more. I got up every day, showered, dressed for work, spent 8 hours sitting at my desk, mindlessly keying data into my computer. Some evenings I'd go to a local place for a brew with a few work buddies. Other evenings I'd go home, turn on the tube and suck on a beer, then hit the sack. My life didn't change much, and honestly, I was kind of bored. And so, when, on one of my visits out to Mom and Dad's, I saw cars, pickup trucks, and motorcycles in the parking lot of the red building in the woods, the open sign flashing garishly in the gathering evening gloom, I began to speculate on what type of establishment might now be housed in that ugly old building. My parents and I discussed it at dinner that night. Scratch-made fried chicken, mashed potatoes, and sautéed veggies from Mom's fussy vegetable garden. But neither of them knew anything about it. Must have snuck up enough to notice it. Dad said idly, "But that's about it. Ain't heard nothing about it, though. You ask me, it's probably a biker bar. Sure as shootin'. We're gonna see a lot more trouble in those woods, Tom," Mom said, a warning tone in her voice. "You don't know that," Dad replied. "Wouldn't matter anyway. I'm just glad someone found a use for the place is all." I had nothing to add to the conversation after that, so we finished our supper in silence. And after I'd helped clean up, I went home. That night, on my way home, I felt something was off about the building. I couldn't put my finger on it. Not right away anyway, but it gave me the jitters as I drove by it in the deep dark of the full night. Wary, I kept the watch on it as I passed. The building receded away behind me, eerily illuminated by my car's taillights, finally lost from sight at the curve in the road. When I got home, I felt foolish. In the bright light of my own small apartment, I chastised myself. The building couldn't be whatever I thought it was. It was stupid. I called myself several names before I finally gave up and got ready for bed. The next morning, my mother called me at the office, which she never does. "Jack, you know what? Your father might be right about the place in the woods," she said. Well, this morning I was coming back from the market. There were police cars all around that place, and a buzz like flies, that yellow tape up all over the place. I don't know what happened, but you know it can't be good. "Wow, that's, a little scary," I said haltingly. "You okay?" "Oh Lord, honey. Yes, I'm fine," she replied. "Whatever happened has got to be bad, though. Well, for all those nice officers to be out there in such numbers, well, I'm telling you, Jack, ain't never seen the like. Well, at least not outside television." She told me to be careful the next time I came up to their place. Told me she loved me, and hung up. I knew she'd be picking the receiver right back up again to call Linda and Sue, her two best friends, to gossip. I refocused on my work. The conversation was shortly forgotten. Another week went by, and again Mom called at work. "Well, I'm making your favorite tonight for supper," she said. "Why don't you come on over and share it with us? It'd be good to see you, sweetheart." She sounded a bit edgy, and I couldn't think of a reason to say no, so I accepted the invitation gladly, looking forward to her baked barbecue spare ribs. Dinner was amazing, as always. I could never understand how Mom could get her baked ribs to taste like they'd just come off a smoking charcoal grill. Those, along with her special scratch-made macaroni and cheese and helpings of more veggies from her garden, was as satisfying a meal as I'd had in a long time. I loved my mother's cooking, but Mom herself looked pale, with splotches of red in her cheeks and deep dark circles under her eyes. She seemed almost unwell. She assured me multiple times she was just tired, saying, "Well, I've done too much this week with the ladies' auxiliary. Once the fall fundraiser is over, I'll rest some." But even her eyes looked watery, paler than her usual bright and sparkling blue. I pulled Dad aside to ask him about it. He echoed Mom's story about the fundraiser and how she'd not been sleeping well. She'd been having bad dreams, he told me. "If this continues," I said, looking him straight in the eye and using a stern voice as if I were the parent and he the child, "she should see a doctor." "Well, I know, son. I know," he replied. "I'll keep my eye on her." He seemed wary, too. A day later, the police were gathered around my parents' home. Yellow police tape surrounding the property. My father sobbing in the back of a squad car. The coroner wheeling my mother's lifeless body out to his van. Dad was questioned by the police, but they didn't think he'd done anything wrong. They were just trying to figure out what had happened. I stood with my hand on my dad's shoulder, trying to reassure him with my presence, but barely able to keep myself together. "She just didn't wake up, son," Dad sobbed to the questioning officers. "Well, we went to bed just like always, but she didn't wake up. I knew she wasn't feeling right, but she said she was tired. I wasn't gonna argue with her. You don't argue with Sarah. You just don't. If she says she was fine, by God Almighty, she was fine." He stopped talking, hitched a breath, and began to cry again. Unashamed and broken. "I was here the night before last," I offered, and proceeded to tell the officers about how she'd looked, how she acted, my personal observations, and the brief discussion with Dad about trying to get her to see a doctor. I was as baffled as my father was, as aggravated as well. Finally, one of the officers said, "Well, we're sorry about your loss, Tom. Yours too, Jack. Y'all holler if you think of anything else, all right?" We nodded at them as they walked away, and then turned to embrace one another, crying on each other's shoulders. The loss of my mother was just enormous. I felt a hole in me so vast it could have filled the entire universe and then some. And if I felt this way, I can only imagine how my poor father felt. Without discussing with him first, I decided I'd move back home for a few days, at least until I could get a handle on myself and on my father, on the situation even. We had a funeral to plan, and it would be easier on both of us if we were just together. Dad seemed grateful for my presence, though he never actually came right out and said it. He was a man of very few words. I was allowed to take 3 days off from work for bereavement leave, a meager offering from the corporate machine, and so I worked until the day of the funeral, then took time off to grieve with my dad. And I don't want to talk about the funeral. I can't. It was probably the most horrible day of my life. Suffice it to say, between Dad and myself, along with a sea of mourners, Mom was buried with an ocean of tears and a field of sunflowers. Afterward, the little farmhouse was inundated, with well-intentioned folks bringing casseroles and pies and offering assistance wherever and whenever. We numbly accepted the offerings, held awkward, wooden conversations, which afterward were not remembered in any great detail, if at all, and we took comfort in one another. Dad and I, we'd always been close. He'd show me how to use each piece of equipment on the farm, taught me how to milk the few cows we'd owned, and kept me busy, occupied with chores and other things. And every time I'd complain, he'd said, with a wiry grin, "Just building your character, son. You'll thank me someday." He taught me how to drive when I'd been 12, just a few turns around the barren backfield, but I'd felt as if I were floating on cloud 9. None of my school friends knew how to drive yet, and therefore I drove the tractor too. Dad never said much, but when he did speak, I listened. He was gentle and kind, and though he never said the words, "I love you," I knew he loved me. Every action spoke of his love for me. I never once doubted. I knew how lucky I was to grow up with 2 loving parents the way I did. These days, so many people I knew were the product of broken families. We got along fine out there in that little farmhouse, but about 4 or 5 days after the funeral, Dad said, "Jack, you go home now. You gotta keep living, and you don't need to babysit your old dad." I argued with him, saying it was fine. I wanted to be there, because I did, but he all but shoved me out the door. "I didn't argue with dear mama," he said, as I stepped out the front porch, "and you sure as heck ain't gonna argue with me now. You get it." That was it. I was dismissed. And though I honestly worried about him out at the farmhouse alone, well, I had to admit I was glad to be heading back to town, to my boring life. Because every minute I spent at the farmhouse, another hole was carved out of me. Grief was quite literally beginning to eat me alive. On the way home, I passed the old red building as usual, and once again, felt something not quite right about the place. I dismissed it though, too absorbed in my grief. Life returned to normal, or as normal as it could get. Dad and I talked on the phone every day. He played his part, and I played mine. But we both knew our lives were lies right now. Both of us just going through the motions. The loss of a wife and mother is simply too huge. And then one day, about 2 months after Mom had passed, I couldn't get in touch with Dad. I tried for our usual morning phone call, and, well, he didn't answer. I assumed he must be outside working on the barn. There wasn't a phone out there, and I tried again an hour later, and no answer. I tried several times throughout the day, growing increasingly concerned with each unanswered call until, at 5 o'clock, I leapt up from my desk and practically raced for the exit. There was an uncontrollable urge driving me to go to the farmhouse and just call it a gut feeling. Now, I guess I don't need to tell you what happened. Not really. But I buried my father next to my mother, less than 2 months after she died, with his favorite pair of work gloves and a rustic bunch of wildflowers. Instead of, as I had been with Mom, tears and sunflowers, I stood there blindly, watching the gravediggers refill the hole in which my father's casket now rested, and I allowed grief to overtake me. When I'd sufficiently recovered, the hole was filled. The cemetery workers were gone, and it was nearly full dark. I'm not going to regale you with the day-by-day stuff. You see, I inherited the farmhouse and my parents' meager savings, plus all the equipment, the land, the animals. As much as it pained me to let go of so many pieces of my childhood, I alone could not take care of the farm and keep my job. And so I sold off some parcels of the land, along with most of the farm equipment, animals, and other things, until I'd managed to offload enough that I felt I could live there, take care of the place Mom and Dad would want me to, and continue to commute into the city for work. It was only a 30-minute drive after all, so it was doable. After a conversation with my landlord, I was allowed to break my lease without issue, and I moved into the farmhouse permanently. My first night alone in the farmhouse was bittersweet, memories of childhood welling up, mixing fondness and joy, along with the sadness. I wandered throughout the house, touching the banister and remembering the time I slid down on my butt, managing to break my ankle on an awkward dismount. I fingered the wooden paneling in the front hallway, the angular door to the small closet under the stairs, remembering how I'd made that little closet my fort for many years. My parents always knew where to find me, tucked away in there among the stashed pillows and blankets, reading or playing with my action figures, immersed in a world of my own making. Opening that small door, I saw where I'd carved my name on the back of it when I'd been 10. The little room smelled the same, just exactly the same, and the memories overwhelmed me. I spent a lot of time wandering around the house as I began to remember what it was like to actually live there permanently, and slowly, I began to make plans to update a few things. And then, there was one night, about 4 months after my father had passed away, and about 6 months after Mom, I was in bed. I'd taken over the master bedroom, the windows of which looked out onto the front yard, reading a book on coding and nodding off, when I heard a commotion down in the yard. The chickens I'd kept were squawking and making fluttering sounds, flapping their wings in distress. I peeked out my window, expecting to see a fox or a coyote. We did have both in the area, worrying about the chickens, but instead I saw a man wearing dark clothing, standing right below my bedroom window, staring up at me, and his eyes were impossibly glowing. My heart started hard in my chest, and, in shock, I blinked hard, and I hoped, when I opened my eyes, that he'd be gone. He was. But that night, well, the nightmares began. They were relentless, recurring, and awful in every aspect, full of blood and death, yet sweet and seductive. I'd wake sheathed in cold sweat, shaking from head to toe, both horrified and yearning. I could never remember what the dreams were about specifically, just that they were terrible things, and the red building in the woods. And somehow, I remembered that red building in the woods, and I began to lose sleep. I would force myself to stay awake, only to drift away on a cloud, on a light, beautiful cloud, with music and a voice beckoning me. In the midst, Mom's voice, "Jack," she'd say. I couldn't see her face, but I knew it was her voice. "Jack, well, everything's just gonna be alright. Your father's here now too, and everything's gonna be alright, sweet." It was so sweet to hear her voice again, but it bothered me too. There was something about it that bothered me. Every night I tried to stay awake and drifted off, only to hear Mom's voice again. And one night I snapped upright out of sleep, suddenly understanding what was making me uncomfortable. Mom didn't talk like that. She clipped her words, everything instead of everything. Gonna instead of going to. She'd say, fine, instead of, all right. I was immediately angry with myself. My mind, my stupid college-educated mind, was messing with my memory of my mother. It was her voice for sure, but not in the way she'd speak to me. She was born and bred country girl, Raised on cooking, lard, butter, biscuits, hard work, and prayer. And I wanted, so very desperately, to hear her voice speaking in the way she would speak. But that aspect became just another part of the terrible nightmares, and I couldn't fight it. Soon the dream would change, though. I would climb out of my bedroom window, jump from the second story of the house to the brown grass below, light and agile, and run miles and miles to the red building in the woods. And once there, I would walk up to the front of the building, look at the flashing open sign, and see my hand reach out to open the door, and wake up sweating and shaking in my bed. I attributed these dreams to grief, and for a very long time I let them slide. Folks at work began to comment on how tired I looked. I'd gotten used to it myself. It was many weeks before I made the connection. My current pale face, with red splotches and dark circles under my eyes, was the same face my mother had 2 days before she died. I hadn't seen my dad for a few days before I found him dead, but I suddenly suspected he too would have had the same pasty complexion, with sickly roses in his cheeks and charcoal lashes under his eyes. Sleep deprivation. It had to be. There wasn't another explanation for it. I went to the doctor, and he pronounced me ultimately healthy, though slightly anemic, and prescribed a pill to help me sleep. Anemic? I questioned him. Yes, but only very slightly, he responded. It's quite common, especially if you aren't sleeping or eating well. At this, he pointed out my chart, indicating that 20 plus pounds I'd lost since my last visit, just before Mom passed. Look, he said matter-of-factly, just try the sleeping pill I prescribed. A very low dose, so you can see how you do. Some people don't need any more than this. If it helps, then great. If not, well, make another appointment to come see me again in 2 weeks, and we'll just do a follow-up, okay? Yeah, all right, I responded, taking the prescription from him. Oh, and Jack, make sure you eat some more. He added, you really are getting a little bit too thin. Iron-rich foods, too. That'll help with the anemia, spinach, beans, stuff like that. You could cook it up, or wait, hang on. He reached behind him. Here, just take this. And he handed me a brochure called The Iron-Rich Diet. Now, I didn't like the idea of sleeping pills, and tired as I was, I felt like taking them would be a bad idea. I wasn't sure I was quite that desperate yet. But that night, in my dreams, my mother's voice said to me, it is going to be okay now, Jack. Your father is here too. He agrees with me. Take the pill, Jack. Needless to say, I was awake for the rest of the night. When Mike, my supervisor, called me into his office a few days later, he told me he thought I ought to take some time off. Maybe go to the beach or something, he suggested. Get some rest. I resisted. That was fine. I said, of course I was fine. You're not fine, Jack, and you know it. He replied, listen, I didn't want to have to pull this card, but you're making it kind of hard not to. Your work's starting to get sloppy. I need you in top form. Every account here relies on your data. And if that data can't be trusted, well, let's just not go there yet. Just go get some rest. Somewhere not around here, okay? I was stuck. Okay. I mumbled, feeling hollow. Jack, he said as I turned my back and started for the door. Yeah? I responded. You'll be okay, It's grief. It's, tough. Makes us feel all kinds of things. Makes us do stuff or forget stuff we wouldn't normally do or forget to do. Grief sucks, Jack. I know. I'm not telling you anything that you don't already know. Just, I wanted you to know that if you need anything, just anything at all, you could call me. Boss or not, I'm still your friend, Jack. In an odd way, I felt better. Thanks, I said, and left. I felt at odds with myself. What did I do? Just take off and go to the Bahamas for a week. I could afford to do that, after selling off so much of the farm in order to make it manageable for me. It wasn't a question of money. It was a question of what. What was holding me back? Something was. That was for sure. For reasons I could not explain, I understood I could not simply go to the beach, catch some rays, drink a few beers, and come back refreshed, a new man. Now, something was holding me here. I wonder if it is grief. I wondered aloud. Maybe. I answered myself silently. I drove home from work that day in a daze. It was just barely past noon, the sun still shining brightly overhead in the cloudless blue sky of early September. I took the curves in the road easily, nearly by rote, thinking about my options, distracted. I rounded a curve in the road and was startled out of my self-evaluation by the sight of the red building, neon sign flashing, open, open, open. And almost without thought, I found myself pulling off the road and into the gravel parking lot. There was a car and a few burly motorcycles parked in the lot. I'd seen it busier on other occasions, but now it was probably deserted. I sat in my car for a few minutes, wondering what I was doing there. I didn't even know what this place was for sure. Only the suspicion of my father, voiced at the supper table many months ago, that it was a biker bar. A bar which meant beer, and I never wanted to drink more badly than I did right at that moment. And so, without further thought, I left the car and found myself walking slowly up to the entrance of the red building in the woods. I saw my hand reach for the knob on the door and turn it, giving the wooden barrier a slight push to open it. And what I saw on the other side of the door had me stopping in my tracks. 6 men sitting side by side at the bar all turned to stare at me simultaneously. It was very disconcerting. The bartender, a tall woman with long, sleek black hair and cat eyes, also turned to look at me, stopping in the middle of swiping her grungy towel around the inside of a freshly washed glass. I was clearly an outsider, and my father had been right. Biker bar. The men all wore black leather pants. Some wore leather jackets or vests. Some wore jean jackets. Each staring face had not seen the blade of a razor in months. The bartender, clearly as taken aback by my entrance as her patrons were, was the first to break the silence. "Easy, boys," she said, her voice like warm honey. Then, to me, she said, "Well, come on in, stranger. Y'all want a beer?" Her eyes sparked with vague amusement. Ultimately, I said, "Yeah, more than I've ever wanted anything else in my life." I stepped in and closed the door behind me, walking carefully over to the bar. The guys were still watching me, but with far less hostility than a moment ago, before Miss Voice Like Honey spoke to them. To me, she had already poured me a beer, and had it ready as I chose a seat a couple stools away from one of the other customers, instinctively keeping my distance. "So, Miss Voice Like Honey," I said, "what brings you to the Crimson Corral today?" "The Crimson Corral?" I asked stupidly. She opened her hands, palms up, and gestured around her, indicating the building you're sitting in, slick. "The Crimson Corral." Feeling stupid, I said, "Oh, well," not really wanting to spill my guts in front of 7 total strangers. The man, just to the right, 1 stool away, said, in a deep, gravelly voice, not looking at me, "This is where we come to share all our secrets." Something about the way he said it was hypnotic, and I suddenly found myself telling these 7 people all about the last few months. Mom's death, Dad's passing, the farm, the lack of sleep, the nightmares, the forced vacation from work. I told them all, while staring into my untouched beer, and when I fell silent, I took a deep breath, and then downed my entire beer in one go. When I glanced back up, the bartender was already sliding another glass in front of me, and each man at the bar had leaned around to gape at me. Till man, their eyes seemed almost hungry. I saw not one iota of sympathy from them. "Oh geez, Slick, hell of a rough time you've had out there," Miss Voice Sounded Like Honey said. But even she had a look of hunger in her eyes. I was suddenly more nervous than I'd been when I first opened the door to the place. What the heck was I feeling? "Yeah," I said, with a nervous chuckle. The dude to my right got off his stool, came over to me, slung a beefy, leather-clad arm around my shoulder, and said, "Oh, sorry, man. That's just, well, not just, sucks. Let's get a drink." Nerves gone, a stone-like voice, once again hypnotic. I agreed. "Yeah, let's get a drink." Before I knew it, tequila was flowing faster than I'd ever drunk it before, and I was completely wasted in less than 30 seconds. "Man, you're a lightweight," the bartender said, amused. Slurring my words, trying to stop the room from spinning, I grinned stupidly at her and asked, "What's your name?" "Well, honey, my name's Rachel," she said, "though folks usually just call me Rach. That's my..." Pause, trying to remember how to speak. "That's a nice name, Rach." "My name's Rex," Gravel Voice offered. I laughed. He looked at me accusingly, somewhat offended. "No," I tried. "No, it's just your voice. Your voice makes me think of Gravel, so your name fits." Speaking was getting hard. Language was beginning to evade me. English. I spoke English, right? Rex relaxed a bit, and he grinned. Now, did I imagine it, or were his teeth sharpened to wicked points? It didn't matter, though. You see, I was happy when I drank. Well, it's... Now I think you're my new best friend. And then I passed out, my head on the bar. When I awoke, I didn't know where I was or how long I'd been out. Killer headache, and my stomach felt oily and wavy. I knew if I moved much, I'd vomit up my spleen or another vital internal organ. I groaned. I had never gotten that drunk ever in my entire life. If I never did it again, it would be too soon. I fell back into unconsciousness, not caring where I was, just wanting to sleep it off. The next time I awoke, I felt marginally better. I was still headachy and nauseous, but I felt like my internal organs might stay put, even if I did vomit. But still, it was not time for me to even attempt to get out of bed. Was I even in bed? And finally, after who knows how long, I woke for good, feeling most like myself, and desperate for a glass of water and a shower. I opened my eyes gingerly, taking in my surroundings. I was more than a little surprised to find myself at home, at the farmhouse, in my own bed. And when I looked out the window, the filtered light of the early morning fell like ice picks in my sensitive eyes. I saw my car was parked out in the front yard. Now, I didn't drive home myself, did I? I wouldn't have. I couldn't have. I was too desperately drunk to even attempt it. Rex or one of the other guys must have driven me home, and I felt embarrassed and genuinely grateful. But there was something in the back of my head that nagged at my thoughts. Something squirmy and uncomfortable, something I couldn't remember. I wrote the feeling off to drunkenness, tentatively got out of bed, testing my footing carefully before I attempted to walk to the bathroom. I stood under the pounding stream until the water ran cold, then stood there a bit longer until I felt nearly human. When I stepped out of the shower, I wrapped a towel around my waist and grabbed the big plastic University of Arkansas cup I kept on the sink, and I downed 3 straight glasses of water. Okay, I said aloud. Now what? I dressed in sweats and a t-shirt, kept my feet bare, and wandered down to the kitchen. Food was impossible, but coffee was necessary. So I set about dumping an uncounted number of heaping spoonfuls of grounds into a filter, splashed an unmeasured amount of water into the carafe, and flicked the switch. While the brew percolated, filling the small kitchen with its life-affirming scent, I leaned against the counter, the heels of my hands pressed to my eyes. It was so bright, even without a single lamp inside the house, and a good amount of pre-rain cloud cover in the sky outside. It was still too bright, as if someone were shining a multi-hundred lumen flashlight into my eyes. But with my hands pressed to my face, the pain was lessened. I heard the final gurgle of the coffee maker, which sounded like an animal in the throes of choking to death, and gratefully poured an unsteady cup of the brown stuff. It was awful. Too strong. I didn't care. I burned my tongue and esophagus thoroughly by downing the entire first cup without pause. I was more patient with the second cup, which tasted much better, considering I'd fried my taste buds on the first round. Barefoot, I went outside to collect eggs from the chicken coop, feed them, and make sure they had water. I opened my car to check to see if I'd left anything in there from the night before, but it was clean, almost too clean, and I wondered, did Rex pick up after me? It just seemed weird. I went back into the kitchen for a third cup of coffee and brought it out to the front porch to sit and sip for a while. It was definitely going to rain. I heard the phone ring inside, and it startled me slightly, making me slap coffee on my t-shirt. "Ah, damn it," I exclaimed, as I rose to answer the phone. "Hello? Jack, it's Mike," he said. "I'm just checking in on you. You looked pretty bad when I kicked you out yesterday." "Oh, hey, Mike," I replied. I'm hungover as hell, but yeah, I'm okay. Thanks." "Hungover? Are you serious?" Mike chuckled. "You hardly ever drink more than 1 or 2. "Yeah." My car wound up steering itself to the Crimson Corral, out past the farm toward my parents. My house. I said. I was a serious tequila fast, man. I barely remember it. Bartender. She was hot, though. I played it cool, though. As I talked about the red building in the woods, I got that squirmy feeling again. "Well, okay," Mike said. "Just seriously take care of yourself." I wasn't kidding about the trip to the beach, you know. I know, I replied. I don't want to go to the beach. I was mortified to hear the whine in my voice. No, I mean, that's fine, I guess, Mike said. Just take some time off. Call me when you're ready to come back, okay? You know, Mike, I wonder why it is. When someone is grieving, people think that they need time off, time alone. I mused aloud, not expecting Mike to answer anyway. When really, the truth of it is, we need to be busy. Bye, Mike, I added. I'll call you in a week or so. I rang off, nerves raw, not knowing what I should do with myself. I decided to start on some of the updates I'd been toying with, and so I went upstairs, shoved my bare feet into the ancient and scarred work boots, then went out to the barn, fired up the old Ford pickup my dad used to drive. The cab of the truck smelled of Old Spice. My father used to use it. I used to hate that smell. Now I loved it, though it did make me sad. Home Depot was crowded. It felt strange to be walking around Home Depot in the middle of a Tuesday morning with a still present, though receding, hangover. I looked at paint and chose a color I liked for the foyer, front hall, stairwell, and upper hall. I got a bunch of other stuff. Brushes, rollers, tapes, drop cloths. And, once home again, I put it all into the little closet under the stairs, and I promptly forgot about it, and I spent the rest of the day restless, wandering the house and the yard. And when I wasn't wandering, I washed my little silver car in Dad's pickup. I cleaned the chicken coop. I dumped a bunch of stuff in Mom's old crock pot, not really paying attention, not caring if it would be edible that evening. It was a long day. That evening, I flicked through channels on the television, but found nothing of interest to watch. I felt nearly out of my mind with loneliness and grief. These meager distractions were doing nothing for me, and out of nowhere, I got a flash of the red building in the woods, the Crimson Corral, and I could go there, I thought to myself. At least I'd be able to have a drink. Maybe Rach would be there. Energized with the vague outline of a plan, I went upstairs to put on jeans instead of sweats and changed my coffee-stained t-shirt. I found a mismatched pair of socks and put the scarred boots back on. And when I looked for my wallet, I couldn't find it anywhere. I spent nearly half an hour looking for it. I even looked in the freezer, though God knew why I would put it in there. Maybe it was in my car, but I halted that thought almost immediately. My car had been cleaned out. Well, I wanted to drive over there anyway. Maybe I left my wallet at the Crimson Corral last night. I mean, surely Rach, if she'd found it, would have stashed it behind the bar, right? And driving more carefully than usual, since I was operating a motor vehicle without my license in my back pocket, I steered my car to the red building in the woods. This time, when I opened the door to the place, it was full night, had a full crowd, and much, much louder than the night before, because a live band was playing at the far side of the building. I wasn't noticed the way I'd been yesterday, and there were simply too many people for me to stand out that much. But I did feel eyes on me. I glanced towards the bar. Rach's gaze caught mine, and she lifted her chin in a quick, silent greeting. By the time I'd forced my way to the bar, she poured me a drink, and, before I even had time to say anything, slid my wallet coolly across the heavily lacquered surface. Well, I was hoping you'd come back, she said smoothly. You left this here last night. Thanks, I said, my voice ringing with relief. I've been looking for it everywhere. It's actually why I came back tonight. I had it in the safe, Rach said. It's here under the bar. I heard a vague thump as she kicked it with the toe of her boot. Rex drove you home last night. I hope that was okay. Yeah, thanks, I said again, staring at my beer. She was so pretty. It was hard to look at her. Her cat eyes were green and slanted upward, with thick, black lashes. Her hair was long and sleek, tonight pulled back in a messy ponytail. She wore a red tank top and black leather pants. Her upper right arm had a tattoo, some symbol I didn't recognize. But I didn't know her well enough to ask her anything about her skin alterations. Plus, it was none of my business what she did to her skin. I silently sipped my beer for a while as Rach continued to work the bar, taking and filling orders with a rhythm that was hypnotizing to watch. I hadn't been there very long when I felt that familiar leather-clad arm clamp around my shoulders in a squeeze. It was Rex. I thought you might come back, Jack, he asked in a friendly manner. Feeling all right? Yeah, I answered. I definitely drank way too much last night. I think I'm still hungover, but yay for me. I didn't vomit up any internal organs, and I managed to have a semi-productive day today. Thinking of my trip to Home Depot. Hey, thanks for driving me home, by the way. Oh, it's no problem. Rex boomed. Want to make sure you got home safe. Hank followed me to your place, so I'd have a ride back. Hank? Well, yeah, Hank. Rex boomed again, pointing a finger to the other end of the bar, to one of the guys who'd been there yesterday. Hank grinned at me in greeting, raised his glass, and drank deeply. Right, I said weakly. Thanks again. So you're up for round 2? No freaking way, I told him earnestly, and had him laughing so loud the whole room turned to look at him. I felt my cheeks go pink with embarrassment. No worries at all, friend, Rex said. Another time, and after a quick glance and nod at Rach, he stalked off to another part of the room to talk with a redhead who'd hailed him. I finished my beer and left enough money on the counter to cover both drink and tip. I caught Rach's eye and sent a wordless thank you. She understood and sent back a wordless goodbye, and I went home. That night, the nightmare was stronger than ever. I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning with a scream on my lips. The sheets wrapped around me in a restrictive cocoon, sweating like I'd been hiking the desert at high noon. My heart was thumping out of my chest. I didn't understand what had woken me. Couldn't bring the dream to mind. It was vague, bloody and terrible, yes, but seen through a mist, the shadows. The only clear part being the red building in the woods. Just as my heart was slowing to a regular rhythm, I heard the chickens out in the yard squawking and flapping in fright. I peered out the window and saw once again the dark figure standing out in the yard, staring up at me, silver eyes glowing. I didn't squeeze my eyes closed this time, but took time to register the casual stance, the dark clothing, pale, too pale face, half hidden by the hood of what was probably a sweatshirt, a male figure. Now, some vague recognition tugged at me, but I just couldn't get there. My head began to hurt. Jack, my mom's voice said. Was I still dreaming? I flipped around and saw the shadows of both my mother and father standing at the foot of the bed. Jack, Mom said again. Mom? Dad? What's going on? I asked, frantic and confused. Everything's gonna be all right, Jack, she replied. Your father and I are both here now. Jack, will you come with us? We have something wonderful to show you. And without waiting for an answer, she and Dad both turned and practically glided out of the bedroom door. I scrambled out of bed, frantic to keep up with them, confused, scared. They were dead, for God's sake. How was it possible that I was following them now, seemingly both alive, out of my bedroom, down the stairs, and out the front door? The figure in the yard was forgotten, remembered only when it rushed at me the moment I set foot on the front porch. That was all I knew. When I came to, I was in a darkened room, laying on a cot. The room stank of stale beer, cigarette smoke, and vomit, droning. Putting my hands up to support my acutely aching head, I tried to sit up. I had no idea where I was, but, judging by the smell, I was not the first person to find myself here. There was enough light for me to tell the room was no larger than a prison cell, maybe 4 by 6 feet. There was a toilet, a sink, and a cot, and that was it. The walls were concrete blocks, painted black, and the faint light was coming from a blacked-out window where some of the paint had been scratched off, probably by the frightened fingernails of the room's previous occupants. There was a knock on the door, which startled me and made me yelp in surprise. The door swung open, revealing Rach. Good. You're awake, she said. Come with me, Slick. Her voice is honey-like, but with an icy edge I hadn't heard before. I stumbled to my feet and followed her. What's going on? I asked. She didn't answer me. She didn't respond to any of my queries at all, just kept walking briskly until we were standing in the middle of the Crimson Corral. The huge room was empty of patrons, but sitting in a darkened corner with Rex. I couldn't really see his face because he was lurking in the shadows, but I knew it was him. Further, I suddenly understood. He'd been the figure lurking in the front yard, staring up at my bedroom. I was disconcerted, confused, frightened, among several other things. Angry being one of them. Ah, Jack, Rex said gravelly, from a shadowed seat. I don't get all puffed up on me. You'll just piss me off, and we're friends, right? I didn't respond, just watched him, trying also to keep Rach in my peripheral vision. She seemed to be slowly creeping around behind me, and that made me exceedingly uncomfortable. I bet you're wondering why you're here. Rex grumbled. And I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. He laughed mirthlessly at his own joke. Well, actually, I'm gonna kill you anyway. But since you're here, and since you've been so willing to be my friend, and Rax, I thought I'd explain before I offer you. What? Did I ever do that to you? I asked, suddenly brave. I mean, if he was gonna kill me anyway, I might as well piss him off. Oh, you didn't do anything, Jack, he replied. I just like you. See, you're fun, and I'd like to keep you around for the next millennia. Rach would like to keep you too. He grinned wickedly in her direction, his sharp teeth glinting in the poor light. They had not been hallucinating. I could hear Rach's irritated sigh off to my left. She was nearly behind me now. So here's the thing, Jack. I want your house. Me and Rach and Hank and the others. See, as close to this place, and, well, it's just perfect for us. So we're gonna take it from you. See, first we offered your mom. She was easy. A little mental suggestion. A few bad dreams. And she basically offered herself. Really, she had a bad heart. He trailed off about my look of surprise. Oh, you didn't know, did you? Well, I'm sure there were a lot of other things your parents never told you. You can ask them later. They're in the back. He grinned again, making me break out in goose flesh. Anyway, Mommy has a heart attack during the night and simply doesn't wake up the next morning. Daddy was upset. So upset he pined away for your mom, until he too was ours for the taking. Again, a few bad dreams, one wickedly fun hallucination, and whoops, those stairs just jumped up and tripped him. Too bad for you, but, I like your dad. Well, I liked your mom too. They'll be good company for when you join us. Why would I join you? I asked critically, hatred seething, barely contained just beneath the surface of my skin. Why? Because I want you to, Rex answered, as if it were the easiest thing in the world. That's why. I want your house. I want you to hang around for a while. Well, Rach chose you, and she wants you to hang around too, among other reasons. That's not good enough. I growled at him through clenched teeth, amazing myself at my own bravery. Tell me the real reason, Rex. All right, you got me, Rex said, good humor. You see, years ago, when your mom and dad bought the farm, they didn't know the value it really holds for me and mine. There are catacombs underneath that property that have been a part of my family for generations, so far back you could not even begin to calculate it. We've been gone for a long time, but now I'm back, and I want what's mine. It was never yours, never your parents either, and it never belonged to anyone else who falsely held the deed. He sneered at the word, to that house and the surrounding lands. Sold most land, I said. I know, he replied. You sold all the land to me and mine. We're everywhere now, taking over you useless humans one by one. Parents could tell you all about it later, but for now, I want you to say yes. You just say yes, and I'll make your death quick and painless. And fight me. Well, then you'll suffer for weeks before you finally join us. Who is us? I asked. It doesn't matter, Rach said, from directly behind me. All you need to know, Slick, is we're not vampires. I laughed then, real amusement echoing in the darkened room. Vampires? Seriously? You want me to believe in vampires? No, Rach said. I want you to believe we're not vampires. But if it makes it easy for you, you can think of us as one of the undead. That does apply in a weird way. Rex grumbled in warning. Oh, sorry, boss, she said, and came around to my right side, to stand beside me. Immediately I felt less cornered. You're out in the light, I said. I like light, Rex said. Well, I like the sun too, though I have to admit it does slow me down some. I like the nightlife. I like to boogie. He sang the last part and grinned at me, silver eyes glinting malevolently. I told you, Slick. We're not vampires, Rach said warily. Are you really that thick-headed? Well, what are you then? Ancient, Rex replied. Ancient, and not something you want to with. So, are you in, or are you out? You see, either way, let's just get this started. He rubbed his hands together in clear anticipation. Nah, wait, I said. I want to talk to my parents first. Nope, not until afterwards. He replied, I already told you that. Still, I said evenly. I thought long and hard. I wanted to live. I want to live more than I wanted that beer when I first sat inside this awful place. I wanted to go back to my dull job and my boring life, no matter what it took. But if I couldn't have those things, I desperately wanted to keep my life for myself. I began to look around, trying to think of a way I might escape. I was too far from the external door. I didn't think I could make it. But just as I began to contemplate escape, a shrieking scream came from the back room, high-pitched and awful, worse than nails on a chalkboard. I covered my ears automatically in response. Glasses on the bar began to shatter, and both Rex and Rach lost their focus on me. Damn it, Rach said, and left my side to run toward the back room. Would you shut them up? Rex hollered after her. I didn't think so then. I just ran. I ran for the door and barged out into the bright sunlight, thanking God it was so bright daylight outside. There were no cars in the parking lot, so I just took off at top speed, grateful for all the monotonous hours in the gym. The Crimson Corral was 6 miles from the farm, and I knew I probably wouldn't make it, but I had to try, and pushed hard, my legs pumping under me, screaming at the effort. I didn't stop to look behind me, and was just on the verge of stopping, just on the cusp of breaking down and giving up, when I rounded the curve and saw the farmhouse off to the right. It was less than a quarter mile away. I had to make it. I had to. I ran again as fast as I could, my strength fading quickly, my heart pumping hard, my breathing becoming ragged, and made it to my little house. I dashed inside, grabbed my wallet and my passport, and took time to stuff a few random pieces of clothing into a duffel bag. I snagged my keys and was back outside, running for the barn in less than 5 minutes. Later, I wanted the truck. It wasn't much for gas mileage, and it was more than familiar to the locals. But I was hoping it wouldn't be as familiar to them, whatever they were. The truck coughed to life, and I screamed out of the barn, pushing pedal to the metal. My only thought was to get as far away from the farmhouse as I could, knowing I'd never be able to go back, but not able to spare a thought for the loss of that too. Somehow I got lucky. I'm in Rio right now. Things have been quiet. Rex and Rach almost caught up with me in San Diego 2 months ago, but luck stayed with me, and I managed to slip away from them again. They're pissed at me. They're not going to stop. They've made that abundantly clear. I don't know what will become of me if they catch up with me, because they will, especially after I publish this. Like I said, I'm in Rio right now, and I'm staying in Rio. After 2 years of looking over my shoulder, I'm dog-tired. Am I giving up? Hell no. Well, maybe a little, I suppose. But see, the bottom line is, I want you all to know that there are worse things out there than debt, government conspiracies, and lab rats. Worse than losing your mother and your father and your home. And you've got to keep your eyes open. You've got to watch people. You have got to watch for eyes that glow silver in the dark of night and teeth as sharp as razor blades. Do I regret my life? Yeah, kind of. Do I know I could have done so much more with it? I would have too if I hadn't run into Rach. For me, it comes down to Rach and that first beer she passed over the counter to me. I lied when I said I'd only gone back for my wallet. I'd gone back to make a go at Rach too, even though I was pretty sure she'd laugh in my face. But apparently she wanted me too. And now that's why she and Rex have been dogging me every turn for the last 27 months. She wants me, and she'll turn over every stone in her path until she finds me. I realize now it was my parents in the back room of the building in the woods. My parents made all that awful noise as a distraction so I could run. At least that's what I think anyway. And so, for my friends, I guess I just want to say, I'm sorry. I know you don't believe me. That'll be easier for you, to believe I bolted out of grief. But that's only partially true. I ran to save my life, and now I'll die to save yours. Special Files, Thresholds of Shadow. Once I settled down and found gainful employment, I tried to live a normal life. Get up, coffee and a cigarette, go to work, come home, smoke a joint, fall asleep, wash, rinse, repeat. No friends, no family. Yeah, I had an apartment and a job and money. It sucked. I didn't enjoy the stability. I thought a lot about the town, the mold, The monsters. I even kind of long for them. At least, when I was there, I was never bored. Possessed. Terrified. Amazed. Sure. Sometimes all three. But I was never fucking bored. I'm on the road a lot. When I can't sleep, I just drive. When I'm not hunched over my laptop working, I'm on the hunt. See, that's the thing. In fact, the town haunts me. The mold and the creatures and the entity, they were so real. I swear at times they were supernatural. And it got me thinking, what else is out there? How prevalent are these creatures we don't understand today? How much magic is in this world? That question plagues me. Boredom like no sleep is all well and good, but you can tell stories for hours. I want to live the stories. Call it an itch, an addiction, or whatever. It's what drives me, because I think that if I don't use what the entity did to us to get stronger, it will end up killing me. Listen to me waxing dramatic, obnoxious. When I came here to say this, the hunt was proven fruitful. I started with Craigslist posts in my area, different websites. Usually my message was the same. Tell me your story, no matter how absurd. Show me what you got. I'll listen. I'll believe you. The local response was impressive. So I branched out to the not-so-local. Like it hits almost every day. When people experience the unexplainable, they want to talk about it. Like I figured you guys might want to hear about it. A couple months ago, I was contacted by a paranormal research group called the Center for Anomalous Phenomena, which does pretty much what I do, but with a lot more money behind it. They offered to pay my gas and lodging bills if I helped them keep up to date on what I found. No strings attached, like a field agent or something. But I'm not actually employed there. Anyway, that's when I started making transcripts, making this shit official and all that. Whenever possible, I travel to where these people live and talk to them in person, and I always try to visit the scene of the incident. Got files on a lot of the shit that I've explored, and really interesting ones. I call them cases, like I'm some sort of hotshot paranormal detective. I'm not. There's no fucking detective work on here, trust me. But I have been all over the country, met dozens of people. I don't always record them, but I hear a lot of stories. And yes, some of them are your run-of-the-mill ghost, demon, Sasquatch, alien yarn, maybe even most of them. Those are great, don't get me wrong. They're not the stories I'm here to tell you. I'm here to tell you the weird ones. Number 4 will probably always stick with me, because it was the first real abnormal one. This also marks my first time transcribing recorded interviews, so the style might get a little bit rough. I used initials. Mine are M. Case number 4, The Hole. Location, Seattle, Washington. Date, December 20th, 2016. Witness named Tom R. All last names are omitted for privacy. The relationship to the case, the tenant of the building, apartment 108. He contacted me about this one on Craigslist. We're sitting in Tom's tiny living room, nursing cold beers. Like most of the building, this room is dim and dusty. Even with the curtains thrown wide and every bulb illuminated, it feels like we just can't get enough light in here. Tom lights a cigarette, offers me one, which I accept. He's tall and skinny, pasty complexion and long greasy hair. His eyes are a little wild. His hands shake as they flick the lighter. He inhales the first drag of a cigarette with a deep and satisfied draw, like a man who would gladly embrace a few more meager comforts. I say nothing, waiting for him to start. I've learned over the past few months that if you just wait, people almost always talk to fill the silence. So I guess it started, Tom says. I'd say maybe half a year ago, maybe 6 months. Don't really know though. But I think the first time I heard anything about it was around the 4th of July. Emily, she's on floor 3. You should talk to her. She's the one that invited me down there. I think she found it first. Her or Laura. They're real close. But anyway, one of them found it. And Emily told me. And then I think it just kind of spread through the building. Everyone knows everyone. There's only a dozen or so apartments. And it's pretty tight-knit. So now most of us go down there every day. Every day? I ask. Well, yeah, man, you got something like this in your own building. You're gonna want to visit it every chance you get. We got a wonder of the world down there. So can you describe it, I say? You said it was a hole. Yeah, it's a big old hole. It's in the basement. Fucking mysterious. No one knows where it came from. Like, could it be an old well or something? Or a sinkhole? I hear those. No, man, no way. Its shape is totally wrong. It's like, you'll see. It's more like, you know those sewer grates in the sidewalk? Kind of that shape and size, but without the grate over it. Rectangular, very straight, even lines. Weird, I know. The sides that look like they're concrete, water-stained, maybe have some moss or something growing on them, so maybe it was a well or something, but that's, I don't know. It's pretty fucking unlikely. Excuse my French. No, I'm speaking as much French as you want, I reply. Thanks, man. Anyway, we measured it one time. 8 feet long, 4 feet wide. Corners are perfect 90-degree angles. And as for how deep, no way to tell, right? I mean, we've tried. We started with just tossing like pebbles and shit down there. They clink against the walls, but then they just get swallowed up. It's so fucking dark down there, man. You throw a rock or something. Like a big fucking stone, you know? But as soon as it falls the first 5 or 10 feet, you can't see it anymore. It's just like whoosh, and it's gone. Swallowed up. Almost like there's a liquid or water or something down there. But there's not. We've hung ropes with buckets and everything. But nope. It's just empty air. Just empty darkness. This shit weird, man. It's cool though. So right. So we tried to figure out how deep it was a couple times. Started with throwing bigger shit down there. Bigger rocks and shit from the garden. We never heard anything hit bottom. Then my buddy Dave had the idea to bring his kid's toy. This big light-up keyboard thing, where if you press a button on it, it plays a nursery rhyme song. It was his kid's favorite toy. I kind of feel kind of bad about that. But we had to like gathering data, you know. So we switched on the keyboard to like one of those demo tracks, and it lights up and starts playing. And we toss it down the hole. And dude, trust me, it was so weird. So I said, how does it really fucking dark down there? Well, we could see the toy's light blinking on and off for a few seconds. But once it went maybe about 50 feet, they completely disappeared. We probably should have still been able to see the lights, but nope. It's like there's a threshold where all light is just fucking swallowed up. Well, maybe the tunnel curves, I don't know. Maybe there's science behind it. Anyway, the really weird part is, we could hear the song. Kept playing as it fell. Fucking Ode to Joy. And it never stopped. The fucker played the whole song for way too long. It got pretty quiet and echoing near the end, I guess, because of how far away it was. But that keyboard never hit bottom. We probably even could have heard it if it kept playing. But the song ended. The piano was pretty big too, like maybe this long across. Tom shows me a space about 2 feet between his hands. It would have made a huge crash when it hit bottom, but we never heard anything. I don't know, man. That shit is really fucking cool to me. After that, we tried with a rock tied to some fishing wire. We measured something like 1,000 feet before we ran out. The house, right. That's like 10 football fields. Fucking crazy. No bottom. We've dropped a bunch of shit in there. Tied fucking 2 ropes. I want to try with a video camera next. But then Laura put a stop to that. She won't let us drop anything down there anymore. Anyway, she is not right. What's not right? I ask. Throwing things down a hole. Never mind, man. She's protective is all. Protective. Forget I said anything, man. It wasn't just Laura anyways. Dropping shit down there could be dangerous for other reasons. Like, well, I mean, you know. This thing is cool. I don't think it's unsafe or whatever. But I don't know, man. Ever since we threw the keyboard down there, Dave and I have been listening to it. Hearing what? I say. Fucking Ode to Joy, you know. Joyful, joyful, we adore you, la-da-da song. The keyboard was playing. Yeah, like specifically, the song the keyboard was playing. Exactly. It sounds just like it did when we tossed it down there. That tinny fake keyboard demo music. It's weird. It started by, I heard it first in my dreams that night, playing kind of soft in the background. Woke up with it in my head. It's stuck in my head all the time now. I dream about that song a lot. But then a couple of weeks later I was taking a shower, and over the noise of the water I thought I heard it. Fucking Ode to Joy. Like it was coming from the pipes. Maybe. I got down on my hands and knees, put my ear to the drain. It was really distant, kind of garbled, but it was there. Since then I've been hearing all kinds of white noise. Fans, Running water, you know. It's really distant, almost too quiet to hear. It almost seems like it could be my imagination. But Dave hears it too. And now, other people are hearing it. In the shower, over the sound of traffic, you know. Jesus. Yeah. So that's why we don't throw things down there anymore. Especially I don't know how to describe it. Laura calls them activated objects. Things that make noise, stuff with batteries. Also phones, cameras. Nothing with personal stuff. Books. She says personality could be a problem. Whatever that means. Yeah, she's kind of confusing sometimes. But you'd be smart to listen to Laura. The whole building knows that. The lady knows her shit. Can I speak to her? I mean, you said that she's the one who found it, right? I'd like to hear about it. Her or M. Yeah, they found it. Yeah. Let me text her. I'm curious. Have you guys told anyone about this? This seems like something that would get media attention. Or do you think the city would be interested? I don't see how. I have a shitload of underground tunnels. Could this have something to do with those? This building was old. No, well, I mean, a couple of us talked to the property manager, Bob. See, he went down to look at it. But he said he did handle it on his end. But we haven't heard anything about it since then. That was maybe a couple months ago. Huh. Yeah. It's where the best, though. None of us want a bunch of reporters swarming around here. The whole is, it's too special for all that shit, you know? I guess you'll understand when you see it. Oh, on that note, would now be a good time to head down there for my first viewing? Well, maybe not tonight. I didn't mean tonight. Oh, you sure? I gotta see this shit for myself. No, I know. Isn't that why you invited me here? No, it totally is. Just maybe not tonight. Well, could I talk to Laura then? And we know she's not. I gotta talk to her first. She won't talk to you. Why? She's weird, man. I don't know. I'll talk to her. Just give me till tomorrow. Trust me, dude, I'll get you down there. We could just go right now. It's only one floor down, right? No. Fucking sorry. No, we can't. It'd be disrespectful. How is it? It's disrespectful to Laura, to the building. Trust me, you go down there now. You're gonna get the cops caught on your ass for trespassing. Just let me talk to Laura, and we can go see it tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, no, I understand. No disrespect meant. I know that, man. I know that. Tom suddenly seems eager to have me gone, so I leave shortly thereafter. I hadn't even finished my beer. I considered going downstairs to find the hole myself. There are a few people in the lobby. It isn't blatantly looking like they're just loitering around, but I have a feeling that I'll be stopped if I approach the basement door. Date, December 21st, 2016. Tom's ghosting me today. He won't answer my calls or my texts. So much for getting to see the damn thing. Makes me wonder what he was hiding. Why does he need all this extra time? I avoided any crazy so far, besides that lady in LA who was convinced her gothy neighbors were devil worshippers. So maybe old Tom is going to be the first. But a benefit of the doubt and all that. I'll talk to the manager of the building. He lives off-site. Tom mentioned that he's seen the hole too. Interview 2. Witness named Bob L. Relationship to case, the landlord and building manager since 2006. Bob L. receives me in his office in downtown Seattle. It's probably in his 60s, thin and wiry, with mean blue eyes. When I ask, he tells me in a brisk and well-rehearsed kind of way that his company manages 5 different sites around the city. Then he demands to know if I'm a journalist or something. He relaxes when I say I'm not, but now he's even more suspicious. He doesn't want to be recorded. I record him anyway. So, can we wrap this up? If you're not here to inquire about rentals, I'm interested in the building. Uh-huh. What about it? Well, I talked to your tenant, Tom R., about some kind of old well in the basement. Oh, Jesus. Not you too. If I hear one more word about that goddamn hole, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, okay? Some of your tenants have been complaining about it. Complaining? I fucking wish. They talk about that hole of theirs like it's the lost fucking city of Atlantis. For the first couple of weeks, I got a few of them asking if it was a construction project or something. No, I said to him. No construction going on in that building, far as I'm aware of. Better not be. Anyway, finally it got so bad, I took a trip over there to check it out myself. Those people, yeah, building is full of fucking loonies. Every single one of them. I mean, what are the odds of that? You fill 14 different apartments with 14 different families, and everything seems normal for years. Some of them you think you got lucky. You think they're pretty good tenants, but it turns out all of them fucking crazy. I don't know. This whole, or whatever it is. I mean, you have to admit, it's pretty interesting. I can kind of see why they're excited about it. Have you been down to that basement, son? No. Well, not yet. That explains it. There's no fucking hole there. Sorry. What? That's right, there's nothing there. I've checked. It's just, you go through that door off the laundry room. That's just an empty, half-finished basement. There's no goddamn hole. There's never been any goddamn hole. But you ask any tenant in that building, they'll insist there is. They'll insist it showed up 6 months ago. Just appeared out of nowhere. They'll try to show it to you. 20-odd people. Every single one of them with the same story. Even the kids. Fucking crazies. So okay, so what is this? Some kind of group delusion? Whatever it is. And before you ask, it's not carbon monoxide, lead poisoning, mold. I had that place inspected months ago. It's an old building, but it's safe. And these people, you knew them before? Oh sure, some of them quite well. And they seem to know mentally healthy. Mentally. All there. I never noticed anything off. Sure, one or two of them have always been a little rough around the edges. But they're good people, good tenants. The lady in 306 is the second-grade teacher, for Christ's sakes. And a couple of them are students at the U. It's not a building you'd expect to turn into an insane asylum. Oh, well, I wonder. I'm cut off by the shrill ring on my cell phone. Fucking sorry. I fumble it out of my pocket and go to end the call. When I see the contact name, Tom R. fucking, I gotta take this. I rise out of my seat, already heading towards the door. Thanks for your time, Bob. He waves me off, turning back to his work. I answer Tom's call as I'm pushing through the building's glass door. Hello? Hey, Tom. I'm glad you know. I'm just on. Oh, fuck. She does? Yeah. No, I can. Give me 10 minutes. I'm on my way. Interview 3. Witnesses named Sarah K., Emily P., Tom R. Relationship to case, tenants of the building. Apartments 309, 306, and 108, respectively. Sarah K. has offered to hold the interview in her living room. I don't know why I'm surprised. The way Tom talked about her, I expected someone more medical, or at least unsocial. But Sarah is a gorgeous woman of around 35, vivacious, with fiery red hair. She laughs loudly, curses often, and smokes like a chimney. Also present is Emily P., who Tom tells me first showed in the hole. Slightly younger, slightly quieter, and far more serious than the other girl, but perfectly pleasant nonetheless. Sarah's hand rests casually on her knee throughout our conversation, so I assume they're an item. Tom's here too. He hovers around behind the couch the women are seated in, looking down and restless. I have to wonder if there's some recreational drug use going on here. Maybe meth. If what Bob L. said is true, maybe this whole damn building is on something. We ended up talking casually for over an hour before the hole was even discussed. Sarah is charismatic, personified. If not for the fact that she's clearly taken, I would have attempted to make a move. I forget completely why I'm here. I enjoy myself. Then Tom says this. Oh fuck, are we gonna show Mason the basement? The mood shifts. And that, his laugh trails off, and she turns to give Tom a look that I can't catch. Emily leans forward, clearly excited. Yeah, what do you say, Sarah? Sarah turns to regard me solemnly, thoughtfully, for a moment. I feel unaccountably nervous, like I'm waiting for an interview or a stay of execution. You could hear the muffled clink of my fingernails on this recording as I tap them restlessly against my glass. Finally, Sarah's mouth splits with a wide grin, and I relax. My sigh is embarrassingly audible. She winks at me. How about it, handsome? Think you're ready for it? I think it's about goddamn time. Not. Sarah bursts into laughter, which on tape sounds a lot more like cackling than it did at the time. Yeah, I think so too. You see, Mason, We start to move as a group towards the door, starting the long haul down to the basement. I keep asking questions and recording for the duration of the journey. You guys are pretty selective with who you choose to show this thing to, huh? People are narrow-minded and selfish. We do best to keep it out of the hands of those who would use its power to do harm. Can't be too careful. Hold up. I'm sorry, Sarah. No disrespect, but we're talking on a whole here, right? Look, I agree, it's weird. Some kind of anomaly. But what power could it possibly have? What a question. You'll understand when you see it, Mason. Yeah, they always do. What? Looking forward to it, I guess. How do you find this thing anyway? Emily found it. Oh yeah, what happened? I was doing my laundry in the basement, like I've done 1,000 times. I've lived here for years. Nothing even close to this has ever happened to me. I had no idea our building was special. Maybe that's part of it. The way it took you by surprise. Maybe that's how you know it's a real miracle. I think so. It must be. So you're doing your laundry? Yes. There's a door down there. You'll see it. It leads to an unfinished portion of the basement, I guess. A storage space. It's right across from the washing machines. And before then, the door had always been closed and locked. I've tried it a couple times out of vague curiosity, but no, it was always locked. I never really thought about it. I figured management kept, cleaning supplies in there. But that morning, as I did my laundry, I felt something. Like if you could feel a whisper, physically feel it, not hear it with your ears. Actually feel the whisper envelope you, soft but strong, like it was calling, Mason. And I turned around, and I saw that the locked door was standing open. Just a little, just a couple inches. I'd never seen that before, and at first I thought, that's kinda creepy. I didn't like having my back to it, so I went to check it out. But as soon as I got closer, it didn't seem so scary anymore. It just seemed, he knew. I opened the door wide. It's very dark in there, as you'll see, and that's the first time I saw it. Of course, I got Sarah right away. Things like this rarely come into people's lives. Almost never. We decided we had to share it with the rest of our neighbors. Yeah, things like this. It's mythical. Its shape alone could tell you that. Four-sided, perfect, divine, to concrete, measurable dimensions, length and width, and a third unknowable depth, like the phases of God. It means something. It has to. You don't keep mythical secrets from those who could learn from it. We aren't old men in white robes with closely guarded Kabbalistic secrets and vast hoards of wealth. We are a new kind of student. We believe everyone should see, but you don't want media attention. Everyone within reason. We enter the lobby, and I realize that I'm being herded like a lamb. Sarah's out front, leading the charge, but Tom and Em are close on either side. We pass two other tenants, a man and a woman who lean against a wall, chatting. They head to the basement. Sarah? Yep. Come along, won't you? This is Mason, the newcomer. They fall into step behind me, and I have the fleeting thought that I'm effectively barred from escape on all sides. I brush this off and watch as Sarah steps forward and opens the basement door. It creaks as she does so, and on tape the sound is very loud, very deep, the groan of a sunken ship buffeted by a tide. No, I'm gonna sound. I feel the change as soon as we step foot upon the basement stairs. The atmosphere is suddenly thick. It's heavy. We're moving through a dense fog. It's damn everywhere in the building, but the darkness takes on an inky quality here. Substantial, almost as if it was a living, breathing thing. It encroaches upon the wall lamps and bushes in the lobby. At this point, I get excited. The only place I have ever felt an atmosphere shift nearly this intense was in Centralia. It feels completely different than the entity did. Simultaneously, it's exactly the same. The auras of two distinct supernatural things, alike in flavor, but auras nonetheless. My body erupts into goosebumps. This is real, I think to myself. This is real. Powerful and dangerous, possibly even evil. If evil exists, all my doubts about the whole anomaly are eviscerated before I even get my first look. You can't fake an atmosphere like that, I think. Sarah senses my excitement. I feel her hand on my arm, cool and gentle, and I watch her lips curl into a smile. No. The others seem as unnerved by this place as I am. Maybe they're just used to it. Maybe it doesn't seem as malicious to them as it does to me. If I'm picking up Sarah's not-so-subtle vibes correctly. Whatever's here, that's making my hackles rise and my fight-or-flight instincts kick in, was exactly what these people see as some kind of spiritual experience. Pretty blind, if you ask me. Who the fuck am I to judge? We descend the stairs in silence and reach the basement. In there, the laundry room is spacious, tidy, and should be well lit by afternoon sunlight streaming into high windows. But opposite the washing machine, the door stands wide, beckoning. A shadow in the wall, which instantly draws the eye. Sludgy ink-black darkness seems to pour through it, nearly as substantial as smoke, and somehow dims the effect of the sunlight. This room is substantially darker than the rest of this dark building, no matter how many windows it has. I wonder briefly what the whole purpose is. There's something alive inside of it, something old and deep. Is this hole itself alive somehow? Does it have motives, desires? Is it animated? Or does it think the way people think? I'm suddenly gut sure that I will know the answer when I see it. I'll understand. I cross the laundry room, still flanked on all sides by the tenants of this dark place. People who already know, who would understand the hole. No wonder they're entranced, I think. Power like this mesmerizes. So it attracts. When mere humans are drawn to its web, my experience rarely escapes. There we go, waxing dramatic again. We just hop in front of the door, and the darkness inside seems to arrive in anticipation. I could barely see the room beyond. Shadows coat and cling to every surface. After you, Sarah waves me inside. I step into the hole's chamber. The tenants followed close behind, silent. I linger in the doorway, not wanting to fall into the pit, in case its edges are closer than I surmise. The room is very dark, with rough stone walls, packed dirt floor. And for a moment, that's all I can make out, blinking rapidly. My eyes slowly adjust to the darkness, and I'm able to see it. Isn't it beautiful? I don't respond. It feels lonely somehow. Lonelier every time I visit. Like it wants something. Like the hole wants. But I come down here every day. We all do. Spend hours with it. Fucking. Why's it got to be lonely? I think maybe it wants more than that. I think I feel that it wants to be close to us. Closer than we are right now. I think I want that too. Murmured agreements from the others. How do we do that, Sarah? Give me time. I'll think of something. As they talk, the group moves around me, leaving me by the door to head deeper into the room and form a loose semicircle. I'm thoroughly unnerved by the conversation, and their attention is completely preoccupied. Their eyes are all fixed down into the hole, converging on the same distant point, as though staring into a black abyss. As I watch them, I notice the pale, sickly sheen across their foreheads, romantic expressions. I noticed, for the first time, how sick they looked, but waxy skin, the black circles under wide eyes, the deep creases in their smile lines. Obsession, personified. Soon the group falls quiet, one by one. The silence rings in this recording, eerie and complete. The 5 tenants' gazes are still fixed downward, down into the depths. Well, the Coggins, he leaves them. Their eyes go blank. Their mouths go slack. Their shoulders slump. It's like they're completely entranced. More than that, it's almost like they're listening to something. It's a long, silent moment. It's the 5 people standing swaying in the dark room. I'm in the doorway, watching with confusion, mounting horror. I can imagine them doing this a lot, every day. If Tom is to be believed, it seems normal for them, as if they were doing anything strange at all. It's just a part of their daily schedule. Get off work, go to the apartment basement, zone out with the hole for an hour. Then, and maybe it's the trick of the light, maybe I'm so bombed up I imagined it, but I swear, suddenly all 5 of them looked up at once. No communication passed between them, but at the exact same instant, all 10 eyes flick upwards together, as one eye. I'm already about to back out of the room, and this happens, but I freeze under their collective gaze for a long time. The group watches me with animal intensity, and I stare back. I see Sarah nod almost imperceptibly to something I can't hear, and through the darkness, I can barely make out that her lips are moving in a silent little C, where the other mouths hang slack. Hers curves upward in a greedy smile. With the other eyes dull and unfocused, hers are sharp and shining. Slowly, she raises her hand and reaches out to me. I step backwards out of the room without any more ado. I turn and head quickly for the stairs, and by the time I get to the lobby, I'm running. It was a relief to get out of that building into light and normalcy. The darkness was pervasive, impressive. I left Seattle immediately, like I was running for my life. 4 days later, I felt the hole's aura clinging to me, whose income I pour. Whatever presence is in that building, it's something real. Something even a hard-headed skeptic would have trouble scoffing at. I mean, it's something bad, otherwise I don't know what it is. What to define it as: a creature, anomaly, a beast. I don't know exactly how it affects the tenants of that building, and I don't know what it wants from them. But I do know that, when I walked to the door and peered through that darkness, all I saw was a plain dirt floor and an unlit but otherwise nondescript basement room. There was no hole there. There's nothing else to this story besides this. A few months later, I googled that apartment building just to see if anything popped up, and none of the tenants ever tried to contact me after I left without a word. I had a feeling they were sort of used to my kind of reaction. Not a lot popped up on the search pages, besides an article on a 3-year-old boy who'd gone missing from there a few weeks ago. He'd been staying with his dad, who was also missing. Mom thought he kidnapped him. Piqued my interest, so I called Bob L., the landlord, and transcribed a conversation. Case number 4, The Whole Addendum. Date, March 10th, 2017. Phone call with Bob L. Hi, Mr. L. This is Mason. I will. If you turn around right now, go back home. I'll go to Seattle by tonight, and I'll come visit you. Just waiting for it to be poor tonight. For me, for us. I'll talk to you later. If I'm still around, I guess. Bob, Jesus. I called an anonymous tip to the local police, but I don't know if they ever sent anyone to check on him. I was in Kansas at the time. Driving back to Seattle wasn't feasible. I wasn't, and I haven't heard from Bob L. since that night. I started looking up the tenants I knew by name. News sites, social media, whatever. Sandy, Sarah K., M., Emily P. Missing. Happened 2 months after my visit. Apparently some kind of mass exodus. They have to wonder. There's no hole there. And where do they go? But there aren't any answers. There's no answers I'm willing to learn, because you only understand when you see it. And I think by that point, it's already too late. That's it for now. I have more cases though. A lot more. And I'll be posting again soon, to be continued. I have a couple of weird stories for you tonight. Something strange happened to me after case number 4. I'm not sure it has to do with the hole. I'm sure it has to do with anything. But the first time was shortly after leaving Seattle. Playing from the darkness, lurking in the basement of that apartment building. I was on I-90 around sunset, going 70 through the central Washington desert. When I happened to glance in my rearview mirror, there was a goddamn guy sitting at the little table in the RV's kitchenette. I swerved in shock, then righted myself and yelled something like, "What the fuck? Who the fuck are you?" There's no response. When I glanced back in the mirror, he was still there, motionless, completely ensconced in shadows. I just saw his form, tall, thin, and he seemed to be wearing a wide brim hat, maybe a fedora. He was sitting at my table, looked to me like he was facing the back window, gazing out. Solid, real, not a hallucination or mirage. I yelled at him again. Then I quickly pulled over and put on my hazards. But by the time I unlatched my seatbelt, stood and turned around, he was gone. I thoroughly checked the RV. Nada. No plausible way for him to hide or escape. He was just gone. I decided maybe he wasn't a person, actually. He looked a lot like one of those shadow people you hear about. All black, like a walking silhouette, but a 3-dimensional one. And I don't know how common this is, but this one seemed to have a few more real-life details. There was a suggestion of color in his skin, and the clothes, when he shifted. Very corporeal. It just looked like a human dude was sitting behind me in the dark. That clearly wasn't the case. I doubted he was a ghost, but you never know. I brushed it off as maybe an overactive imagination. still spooked by my encounter with the hole. I didn't think that he would appear again. That was wrong. A few months went by. I continued interviewing people with stories to tell. Most of them were run-of-the-mill haunted houses and UFO sightings, kind of shit that gives you a few goosebumps. But nothing I hadn't heard of before. Nothing like the hole. I traveled constantly, ghosting in and out of people's lives. I was never lonely. I meet new people almost every day. Nothing ever got complicated. I'd preferred it that way. Early that spring, I was contacted by a woman in a small town in Louisiana who said that she had a story for me, like nothing you ever heard. She also said that she had proof that she hadn't dreamt it. She wouldn't say much more. Intrigued, I headed south to see what I could find. Case number 9. The handprints. Location: Street Martinsville, Louisiana. Date: March 31st, 2017. Witness named Grace H. Relationship to case: family. Street Martinsville is a small, picturesque town in southern Louisiana, about 60 miles southwest of Baton Rouge. I am told by my host, Miss Grace, that we are in the heart of Cajun country. Gorgeous here. Green bayous and lush forests. And holy fuck, the food's good. Grace is a sweet, bubbly woman in her 50s, with an energetic air. She greets me at her home, an old 2-story plantation-style house, and hustles me inside as soon as I arrive. I'm surprised by how welcoming she is. People get a little wary about meeting strangers, but she says she saw right away that I'm a good guy. I start recording immediately. There's something about this house, something that feels promising. Grace shares the home with her husband and his 98-year-old grandmother, Nana Evelyn. Her husband is away on business, but I meet Evelyn as Grace leads me to the kitchen for iced tea. He passes through the parlor, which is darker than the rest of the house. Heavy brocade curtains are drawn over the windows. Widget talking and gesticulating doesn't even pause to point out the frail old lady sitting in the rocker by the corner. I almost passed her without noticing her. I would have, actually, had she not shifted a little. Set the chair rocking for a second. Out of the corner of my eye, in the dark room, I think it's a shadow figure in that chair. Holy God. Who? Sorry, Mom. That's Nana. She doesn't talk much. Nana, why don't you get yourself some light in here? Scare the poor child half to death. You mezclas, I tell you. Sensitive eyes. She says, no. It's okay, my bad. Nice to meet you, Nana. Nana raises a withered arm and gestures vaguely at me. Opens her mouth. She croaks something I can't make out. Slurred mix of French and English. Her eyes are squinted, glaring. Her mouth turned down in a scowl. She looks pissed. Oh boy. She lacks you, I think. What'd she say? Having the slightest. Me. Come on, let's get us to the kitchen. We leave the dark parlor. Mama snarls something as we leave. Her voice rises into a screech which she ignores. It. I follow her lead. Old crone. It's nicer here. Yeah. She, your mom bonds, you know. My husband's lived here for a year now. Getting meaner and weirder by the day. Not that she was ever sweet to start with. No. But she got it by being there for family. Sure. Well, have some tea. Sure. Food to mom's me. I got a story to tell you. Ready? Absolutely. Okay. Now this happened last winter, but before Christmas. My husband went out of state on business, so it's just me and Nana here. She wasn't so out of her head then. No. A bit more lucid. And she was looking forward to the big feast to do with family. So, she was in a pretty good mood that week, huh? We had a good time getting the house ready for guests. Well, the night before the cousins are supposed to be here, we get a knock at the door. Nana answers it. Now, they're in the dark, as our neighbor, Mrs. Ethel Grant, lives just up the hill back there. Grace points to the kitchen window, toward the thick green, expansive trees beyond their backyard. Well, you know, but Mrs. Ethel is no bit of good news around here. The kids call her a witch. They're all scared, vowed to death. Won't go near her place. Me, I think she's just a poor old lady. Likes to keep to herself. Thanks. When I saw her at the door, I caught a frisson, you know. Mrs. Ethel is too old to be walking alone at night through them woods. And anyway, why would she? Did she need help? I tried to ask. Me. But as soon as Nana saw her, She cursed him. Mrs. Ethel are there, and she just slammed the door in her face. I heard Mrs. Ethel curse right on back through the door, and she kept on knocking, but Nana refused to let her in. Wouldn't let me know that, don't neither. Mrs. Ethel stayed out there a while, then she left. I still don't know what she come here for. Well, I asked Nana about it, and Nana tells me she hates old Mrs. Ethel, and they have hated each other since they was kids. Something about an old beau of Nana's, who Mrs. Ethel stole from her. She won't do nothing for that lady to this day. Won't even talk to her. Me, I'm worried Mrs. Ethel might be hurt, or sick. Wells, would she come down here? Mez. When I finally get past Nana, Miss Ethel's already gone into the night. Nana, she falls asleep early, just as peaceful as you please. I go upstairs to lay down too, and I can't sleep at all. No, I just keep fretting on about Mrs. Ethel and hope she's okay. I guess. I did doze off after a while though, because the next thing I remember is I open my eyes and how dark it is. I lay there for a second, wondering what could have woke me, and I'll listen, and then I hear a sound, and I say, "What is that?" Now, and there it is again. I hear it. It's something going thump, 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 thump. It ain't outside. No. It sounds like it's somewhere off in the house. And me, I think. Now that's a strange thing to hear. And then I hear it again. Thump, 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 thump. I can tell now it's coming from upstairs up in the attic. But on the other end of the house, and, well, sure sounds like someone's running around up there, back and forth across the floor, thump, 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 thump. That really scares me. My husband's gone away that week, remember? And I'm all alone here with Nana. She can barely climb the stairs. She couldn't never reach the attic door to get up there. I hope it's just a raccoon or something, or a possum. But this sounds bigger than that. Sounds like a coon is racing around up there. Thump, 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 thump. Well, I don't know what possessed me, but I decided I needed to take a look, so I got a flashlight. I went out in the hall. The attic door wasn't pulled down, which was a comfort. And so I went up there. And you know what? I didn't find nothing. It was just empty. No animals, no people, no footprints in the dust. I wondered if maybe acorns were falling down on my roof and giving me a scare. Decided that must be it. So, went back to bed. I started to doze off. And just as I really start to fall asleep, I hear it again. Thump, 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 thump. And it sounded closer. Someone was running around right above me. Right above me, up in the attic. But that area, my bedroom, is right near the side of the house. And I know, well, as anyone, the way the roof comes down meets the attic floor. It's too low for someone to be walking around up there. And that's, I tell you, that gives me the heebie-jeebies. But I can still hear it. Thump, 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 thump. And a pause. And thump, 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 thump. And I say to myself, what is that? And it comes to the area of the attic that's right above my bed. Right above me. Don't thump. And I finally get too scared. I grab my flashlight and I turn it on, just so I have some light. And I, as Lones, yeah, maybe you should see for yourself. So you believe me. She leads me out of the kitchen and upstairs, on a long hallway, assuming we're headed to the end, for a trapdoor to the attic has come to the ceiling. My beeline for it. But Grace just stops me halfway there and opens the door into the master bedroom. This is where I was. Okay. I turn on my flashlight and I look up at the ceiling. What the fuck? Up there, crawling around on her hands and knees, up on the ceiling like a giant insect. There's an old lady in a dirty nightgown. I study the ceiling as she speaks. There are handprints up there, dozens of them, crisscrossing every which way, dark black stains, and you can clearly make out fingers and prints of the palms. I turn to Grace, confused. Crawling on the ceiling? Sure enough, I made those noises I was hearing when she used her 2 hands and 2 knees to move around. Thump, 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 thump. She was fast too. Sounded like running and sort of skittering around. It took me a lot of staring to realize it was Nana, but something had happened to her. Something bad. She was crawling around there, and she was giggling all crazy. The hair was flying everywhere. She looked like she was a witch. She stopped moving when I put the light on her, and covered her face and screeched at me. I didn't know what to do. I just head. I couldn't even scream. When I finally found my voice, I said, "Nana, do you and Shep? I know you're not Cajun, but that means my God." "Yeah, I know. You have your faith, Mason." "No, ma'am." "Well, not much. That's sad news." "Sure. Really. Maybe someday you'll find it." I have, man. Since I was just a peace rank. So when I said the name of God, I meant it, and had power behind it. Nana screamed when she heard it. Like, "Hey," and you fell down off the ceiling. She landed on the bed. Thank Jesus. Didn't break anything. Her hands were filthy with something. That's how she left all those handprints up there. I found a weird old bag on the kitchen table the next morning. Maybe a hex bag. Some kind of conjure. Nana had ripped into it. I think she was trying to destroy it, but it was full of ashes or dirt, maybe. That was what got all over her hands. Nana never recovered from this, whatever it was. He saw her today. Yeah, a lot blinds her. She can't speak so well anymore. She's always so angry. It was like she had a stroke or something. That's what the doctors say. I think she was winched. I think old Mrs. Ethel made a grizz on her when she didn't let her in that night. And maybe when Nana found the hex bag and destroyed it, maybe she made it worse on her own. Can we talk to Ethel? Get her insights. I'd love to share. I really would. The next morning, I went out to do just that. I followed the trail up into the woods towards a house, but only got to the top of that first hill, and I found her body there. Oh no. Mrs. Ethel was lying face down in the middle of the trail. Looked like she'd been that all night. She met a demise out in the dark and the cold. I think she really was asking for help from us. Such a cruel thing for Nana to do. Throw her out like that. It's hard to blame her for making them grizz. Oh, it sure is, yeah. And it's hard to blame Nana for throwing them out of which. They could have talked to them. Could have forgiveness, some compassion. And they didn't either. I think we get what's coming to us. Maybe not both of those old ladies, but so much hate their shriveled little hearts. Maybe they got exactly that now. Admittedly, I left that one skeptical. Well, she just seemed like a nice lady, but the handprints on the ceiling weren't exactly the proof that she promised. She could have used a tool to put them there herself, though. Granted, that would have taken a lot of effort. Nana was a mean old thing, sure. Lots of old ladies were like that. This very well could be a hoax. That night, Grace's family let me park the RV on their land and sleep there. As I lay in the dark and silence, drifting off, I heard something from beyond the curtains, between the bed and the kitchenette. It was a footstep. Someone was treading on the creaky bit of floor right next to the sink. With a lurch, I thought of Nana. Her withered old limbs took her back and forth across the ceiling, but I immediately disregarded that. The atmosphere here was completely different from that house. And then I heard the creak of a cabinet door opening in the kitchen, and the distinct sound of someone taking a glass or bowl. Woman. I sat up, completely alert and more than pissed. Who the hell was in my RV? I climbed off the bed, grabbed the baseball bat I kept next to it in case of this very occurrence. I'm a big guy. I know I could swing that thing with heavy force. Palming it, I quietly slid back the curtain and peered into the rest of the RV. An empty room. Blue moonlight streamed to the windows, illuminating the table, kitchenette, further up the driver and passenger seats. But no interloper. I quickly checked the tiny bathroom in the storage space, opened up the door to peer out into the darkness. Nothing moved. The door had been locked. It's not exactly easy to hide in an RV, so I was satisfied only after a couple of minutes that no one else was in there. I rubbed my face. I told myself I was being an idiot. You submerge yourself in a weird and haunted 4 months. Of course you're gonna hear some bumps in the night. Sighing, I headed back to bed. But as I passed the kitchen, I noticed that a cabinet door was wide open. My plastic glass sat on the counter next to the sink. I was fairly sure that hadn't been me. I might have simply forgotten, fuck though. My RV turned out to be haunted. I was officially the unluckiest guy in existence. There's no more sign of a ghost though. Not for a few months anyway. Case number 12. The Shape in the Lake. Location, Sandpoint, Idaho. Date, July 24th, 2017. Witness named Lauren and Mike S. Relationship to case: the owners of the lake cabin. This one came in from good old Facebook. Lauren and Mike are family friends, and Lauren got in touch after they had dinner with my dad. A lot. Very close to my parents. But after the 3-year Centralia debacle, my dad made a conscious effort not to let me disappear from his life again, which I guess is a nice sentiment. We talked on the phone occasionally anyway. He told Lauren and Mike what I was doing, made it out to be some kind of journalism project. The next day, Lauren messaged me. I drove up to their vacation home to see what it was all about. Lake Pandore. It's the largest body of water in Idaho and the 5th deepest lake in the nation. Surrounded by lush forests, it offers beauty and recreation of all kinds. Obviously, this has made it into a bit of a destination for rich retirees. I hear Viggo Mortensen has a cabin up here. Lauren and Mike fit in perfectly. They're only in their 50s, but they've got the kind of setup that you could dream about. Mike's a pediatrician, planning on early retirement up here, and his wife, Lauren, works as a therapist in a city a few hours away. They own a quaint little cottage right on the water, surrounded by trees. It's a quiet part of the lake, a few miles from the nearby tourist town, and relatively secluded from neighbors. Really pretty, really peaceful. I'm welcomed into their area in a richly furnished lake home with hugs and a glass of whiskey. After a little chatting, they've known me since I was a kid. Mike wants to know if I'll smoke a cigar with him. I follow him upstairs to a wide balcony that looks out onto a picture-perfect view of the lake. The shoreline's only about 30 yards from the house. Lauren joins us, and we sit and drink and reminisce for a few hours, basking in the warmth of early summer. When the sun begins to set behind the distant mountains, however, suddenly Mike wants to go inside. I'm lounging on my feet, propped up, picking up the cheese plate between me, and I'm very reluctant to move. Lauren shushes her husband, tells him that this is the perfect place to tell the story that I'm here for anyway. The sunset's too pretty. Grumbling, Mike sits back down and pours himself another drink. I settle back in my chair, start recording. He's still a little skeeved out about all this. It happened last summer, and for a while there, I was afraid he'd make us move, but we've poured our hearts into this place. Really fixed it up. You should have seen it before we got a hold of it, Mason. It was owned by a recluse, totally run down. The kitchen was, I can't. The land was totally overgrown, but we've made it our own. Expensive overhaul too, right, Mikey? Never walks away from equity. Anyway, we stayed, but he still doesn't like going outside at night. We used to do night swims a lot, skinny dipping, Mikey. Well, anyway, we don't do that anymore. It's a real bummer. But yeah, I won't. She won't either. Despite the brave face. What happened? Well, it was last summer. The kids had come up for the weekend. You remember Ben and Seraphine, don't you? Of course. How are they doing? We chatted about their kids for a bit, both of whom were only a few years younger than me. Get back to the story. Lauren, God, he is so bossy. Okay. So Ben and Seraphine came up, and we were having a nice day, swimming, relaxing. About mid-afternoon, Seraphine spotted something floating out in the lake. Middle of the lake, way out over there. Lauren gestures to the expanse of water between the trees. The lake is pretty wide in this area. The trees on the opposite shore, baked green shapes. There's nothing but water to the east and west. So we looked, and there was something black floating out there. At first we thought it was a seagull. Too big to be a seagull. Well, so I thought it could be a log or something. No big deal. It happens a lot. But time went by, and the shape didn't move. If it was a log, it gets swept away by the waves. It was pretty windy out. Exactly. But it stayed in the same general area all day. We kept trying to figure out what it was, squinting at it. But it was just too far away to make out any details. We worried for a while that maybe it was a swimmer. Someone got stuck out there or something. It looked like it could be someone's head. Someone with dark hair. But it couldn't be a person, though. I mean, nothing was out there for hours. No one could do that. They'd get too tired. I thought it was a buoy or something. Someone anchored something out there, right in front of our cabin. Kinda pissed me off. Oh, it did kinda look like a buoy. Yeah. It wasn't moving around either. You'd think a person would be waving their arms, bobbing around. But if this was a swimmer, he was really still. Just hunkered down in the middle of the lake, with only his head above the surface for hours. Did it make sense, though? For a second. Could that guy be standing out on the lake floor out there? Maybe he wasn't treading water at all. But that wasn't possible either. It's like 20 feet deep out there. Didn't Ben make some awful joke about a body being chained to a cinder block and floating to the surface? Kinda bad taste. Well, we figured it was a buoy. Thought we'd take the boat out the next day to go get it. No big deal. Seraphine got weird about it though. She did, didn't she? It really freaked her out. She kept saying, "I don't know. That thing is weird." The girl had a point. Yeah, it freaked all of us out actually. There was something uncanny about the way it was floating there. None of us wanted to swim out and see what it was. I don't think any of us got in the water again after Seraphine pointed it out the first time. I did. I wanted to float, but I felt too weird about it. Didn't stay in for long. I got worried it could be some kind of big animal. Lots of possibilities. Ben freaked out too. Tell him about that, right? So usually Ben is really stoic, a man of few words. He was just shrugging off Seraphine's hysterics the whole afternoon. He still didn't get in the water though. Anyway, after dinner, Ben went out for a smoke, and he came running back, all wild-eyed. He said that the shape had moved while we were inside. "See?" I said. "No problem. It was just some driftwood." And Ben was completely white. He said no. It's closer to our shore. We all went up to the balcony and looked out. It had definitely moved closer to us. We still couldn't figure out what it was though. None of us even wanted to go back down to the dock. It was totally spooky. Made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. We wanted to stay as far away from it as we could. The kids were pretty eager to get out of there. Yeah, they left shortly after dinner. Mikey and I just holed up inside and forgot about it. I didn't forget. I unlocked the gun safe. Did you? Wow. I didn't want to scare you, but I was worried about it, I don't know. You know. They do submarine testing in Pandora. It's that deep there. Used to be military bases scattered all over it. At least that's what I heard. I worried about government technology, or weaponry, or something. As stupid as that sounds, it doesn't sound stupid. You guys are faced with the unknown. Yeah, I was on pins and needles all night. Well, I forgot about it. And Mike seemed fine too. So we drank some wine and had a nice evening. And around 11, we came out here onto the balcony for his bedtime cigar. It was dark, but on nights where the moon is really bright, you have a perfect view of the water between the trees there and there. Sure enough, the view from the balcony is picturesque. From here you can see the family's private beach, rickety wooden dock, framed by leafy green maple, which opened up like theater curtains on either side. The sparkling lake beyond them looks almost too perfect to be real, tinged red and orange by the sunset. It's easy to see how a black smudge on the water surface would not only be noticeable, you would disrupt the scene in a disturbing way. We noticed right away that the weird shape was gone. You'd think that would make us feel better. It was probably nothing all along, but for some reason not being able to see it was even worse. Like it reminded me of the time I was followed by a guy in Boise. Remember that, Mikey? I was walking alone at night like an idiot, and I wasn't sure he was even following me. He could just be heading my way. But I looked back at one point, and I saw him duck into an alley, trying to hide. And that's when I knew. So I ran. Jesus. The shape being gone felt like that. Like it wasn't really gone. It was just hiding. I felt the same. We sort of just looked at each other, then got really quiet, and watched the water. It felt like we were waiting for something. I was expecting, I don't know, a submarine or a bunch of military guys in black swimming over our property. But no, nothing. So we went to bed. The couple grows quiet long enough that I begin to grow concerned. That's all there is to the story. They got spooked by a floating log. The end. About to ask when Mike finally speaks up again. His voice is hushed. Great. I woke up around 2 a.m. to a voice. It was outside. It was calling my name, Michael, Michael, over and over. It was a young boy, child. At first I was like, is that Ben or Seraphine? Maybe they came back to try and scare us or something. But the more I listened, it didn't sound like either of them. They're adults, you know. So what the fuck? Well, maybe a neighbor's kid had gotten lost or something. Or some teenagers were trying to prank us. We had our balcony door open, just had the screen to let in the breeze. That's why I could hear it so clearly. I got out of bed to go check it out. I had my gun with me, just in case. I took that, went out to the balcony, and sort of crouched down and peeked over that railing. I was hoping the kid wouldn't see me, but he did. He saw me immediately. He got really excited, you know. Michael. So I stand up straight and kind of puff up to look intimidating, you know. I was angry, but I was also really scared. We've never had issues with kids on our property or drunk people or anything. That weird shape in the water kept coming back to me. I couldn't shake the feeling this was connected, so I looked over, and I expected to see the kid down there, but then points over the balcony railing to the ground, not 20 feet below us, right in front of the house. It was a full-grown man, fuck, yeah. He was a really tall guy, like 7 feet tall. I'm not fucking you. Lanky, real long arms. Well built, though. I got nervous because he looked so strong. He could probably even take you in a fight, Mason. I had no chance against him if he decided to get violent and broke into the house. That voice should not come from that body. And he was clearly insane, you know? How sometimes you can just tell when people aren't right. This guy made it easy. The childlike voice was enough to clue you in. But he was naked too. Buck-ass fucking naked. That pissed me off. He had really long dark hair down to his back. I'd say he was a hobo or something. But he looked really clean. That was the odd thing. His hair was straight and shiny. He looked clean, you know. He wasn't disgusting or anything besides being naked. His eyes were weird though. Really blank, cloudy. It reminded me of fish eyes. Anyway, I didn't want him anywhere near the house. A crane to look over the balcony, silently agreeing. The distance to the ground does not feel far at all, despite being 1 floor up. It would be extremely intrusive for a stranger to be there, especially one so tall. It would feel unsafe. So I yelled at him, "Get out of here. This is private property, you know." But he just stood there, smiling at me. His eyes, they looked like they were gonna bulge out of his head, Mason. I swear to fucking God, those big bulgy fish eyes. He called again, "Michael," in that voice, and he beckoned to me, like Mike cooks his finger at me, smiling, his eyes wide and manic. I froze. I couldn't move. I just kept staring at his weird gray eyes. Mike shakes his head and purses his lips, then paces forward to lean against the balcony, looking out to the lake beyond. I don't remember much after that. I do. It was awful. Mikey woke me up when he got out of bed. And of course, I heard that creepy child's voice calling for him. When I got out to the balcony, Mikey was backed by the screen door. I've never seen him like that. He was completely out of it, just staring straight ahead, and I followed his gaze. And I saw the top of that man's head, his weird gray fish eyes peeking over the balcony railing. Wait, he climbed up the side of the house or something? No, he was still standing on the ground, Mason. He was so tall, way taller than 7 feet. But then you had to lean over the railing to see him. Yeah, he was down there at least at first, I think. Huh, is it possible the guy, got taller? Maybe. I don't know what Mike saw, but when I saw him, he was tall enough that he could see over a second-story balcony. Oh my God. He was grotesque, looked sort of stretched out. His head was this oblong shape, and with all that long black hair. Anyway, I screamed, and I grabbed Mikey to pull him away. The guy, your thing or whatever, I got really afraid. He tried to reach up the railing and grab us, but he didn't. In fact, he started backing away from us really slow, his huge body kind of cringing away, and he said, "Oh, hello," to me, like a child caught with his hand in the cookie jar, kept backing up towards the lake. His body language was very, almost shy, but he never took his eyes off us. He had predatory eyes. He kept saying, "Oh, hi there," or a variation of it, over and over, in that young child's voice. Really uncanny, friendly, and he apologized. "Oh, sorry, and I didn't see you there," kept repeating himself like a broken record. "Oh, hello, didn't see you there. Oh, hi there, so sorry. Oh, I didn't see you there. Oh, hi." The whole time he was retreating from us. Really, really upsetting. He got to the end of the dock, still talking, saying nonsense, apologizing. Oh, hello. Oh, sorry. Hi there. I thought he was heading back to a boat or something. But when he got to the end of the dock, he just went completely silent. Actually, I think the last thing he said was, "Oh, I didn't see you there." And then he suddenly just slipped into the water, like a snake back into its hole. Hardly made a ripple. He didn't surface again. I don't know where he went. That was the last time we saw him. I got Mikey back to bed, and he slept the whole night like nothing had happened. It's been almost a year. But every time you look out at that damn lake from here, I think I'll see him surface, pop his head above the water to watch. Something wistful in Mike's voice. Lauren hears it too, and I can tell it bothers her. What do you think it wanted with you? I wanted a meal. Not, Lauren. He didn't want anything like that. Hopefully. He didn't want anything at all. Hopefully we'll never find out. Lauren and Mike graciously offered me their lot to park my RV, stay a few nights, which I took them up on. I've been going pretty steadily with cases at this point, driving all over the country, and a little vacation from that sounded excellent. But after the couple told me their story, we spent a few hours shooting the shit. Before they wanted to bunker down, I went back to my RV, and I tried to settle down to their weird little tale, knocking on my skull. I was restless. Grabbed my cigs, rolled a joint, headed out to their rickety old dock. The scene of the crime and all that, obviously. After nearly a year, I wasn't expecting to find any evidence of a creepy fish-eyed giant, but the lake was pretty in the moonlight. They stayed out there for a few hours, smoking and contemplating the black water, still mirror smooth. I tested my bravery by dipping a foot in, fully expecting it to be grabbed by a white, long-fingered hand. I waited a moment, almost hoping it would be. Months of stories. I wanted something concrete, something dangerous, but nothing happened. I withdrew my foot. The night grew deeper as I sat in silence, staring up at the stars. My thoughts drift to Avery, my best friend, the best girl I've ever known. It had been years since she died. With melancholy and regret were still as sharp as ever. She would have loved this lake. The whisper ripped me out of my contemplations. Coming from somewhere behind me, I jerked around, scanning the yard, and saw nothing but the dark house. No Lauren or Mike. No one. I rose to my feet. Whoever had called my name had to be somewhere. The voice had been loud, clear as day. More of a yell whisper, I guess. They could be hiding in the thick foliage surrounding the yard, but everything was still and dark. I didn't have a flashlight to go searching, anyway. My eyes landed on my RV, where a light burned through the windows, the only source of illumination for miles. Wait, the light. I'm sure I turned them all off before coming out here. I squinted towards it, and suddenly a face appeared in the RV's kitchen window. Well, its silhouette of a face. A face wearing a wide-brim hat. He'd pressed itself against the glass from the inside, fully shadowed by the light behind it. First in the distance and darkness, I didn't think that it had any features. But as I squinted, no, I could make something out. Something like 2 round, white eyes and a toothy mouth. It was hard to be sure. It was still for a long moment. Then it slowly, vaguely raised one of its shadowy hands to point a finger at me. No, not at me. Behind me. Somehow finding it. Indeed. You take my eyes off of whatever was in my RV. I slowly turned around. Out in the middle of the lake, but only by blue moonlight, a small black shape floated eerily on the glassy surface. When off, it dropped open. I squinted at it through the darkness. It did look like someone's head. Someone with long black hair that covered most of his face. Why is it there? Got the impression that it was attached to a body underneath, but it was too far away to really tell. After a couple minutes, the shape slowly sank back underwater. As if it noticed it had been spotted, he was retreating from them, going back under the water away. Patient. I stood there on that dock for a long while. It never resurfaced. That's enough of that. My turn to head back to my RV, the shadow person inside being far preferable to whatever was lurking in the lake. But all the lights were off once again, and when I got back, it was empty in the silence. I tried to sleep after that, but I ended up just laying in bed, thinking a little nervous. So close to the anniversary of the fish-eyed giant's first visit. seeing that shape in the lake tonight. I imagined the worst. Maybe he'd called my name from outside. Maybe I'd wake up to a giant standing over me, drooling, licking his chops. Possibilities kept me awake for the wee hours. Then I said I wanted an adventure. Fuck. I finally drifted off around 3 a.m. Sleep was restless. I woke up with a start, probably less than an hour later, and I stared at the ceiling, wondering what had pulled me out of sleep so abruptly. I was overcome with the eerie sense there were eyes on me, some unseen intruder. Dread started in my chest, and the kind I usually associate with nightmares at half these dates. Eventually, I was fully awake. There was the sound of a soft creak, and in my periphery, I thought I saw the curtains in the bedroom doorway shift abruptly, as if someone was trying to open them or running their fingers along them from the other side. But in the dim, pre-dawn light, I couldn't be sure. I told myself that I was just jumpy, just imagining the movement. But those damn curtains kept shifting inch by inch. I turned my head to look. That was indeed a gap in the curtains. The opening slowed. The opening widened near ground level, like something was parting them at the foot of my bed. Slowly, I moved my eyes down to see what it was. A man's head was peeking between them, down near floor level, like he was crawling around. He froze when I spotted him, neither retreating nor advancing. Felt his eyes on me though, even though he didn't have any. He was featureless, in fact, solid black, like the impression of a face. Pits for eyes, a bump for a nose, high cheekbones, the impression of a mouth. Three-dimensional silhouette. No hat this time though, that was more than one. Even if that was the case, I didn't think shadow people could move physical objects like curtains or cups. I didn't think they could speak, call my name. I didn't think they'd latch on to people and follow them around the country. I yelled as soon as I saw him. After a moment, he retreated, and the curtains fell back into place. Of course, when I searched the RV, no one was there again. So that was the third time my shadow friend showed up. The first was after the hole. Then, after Grace's story. Now this. Not only that, this time he actually drew my attention to what was happening out in the lake. Did that mean anything? I had no idea. Some kind of pattern was forming, and I wasn't sure I liked it. Whatever it was, you can bet your ass I'm gonna keep an eye on it. I don't exactly remember this case, but I do remember why I went to New York in the first place. I went between cases, checking out the beautiful fall scenery on the East Coast. One night, I drove past a billboard in upstate New York. Someone in the black silhouette stood beneath it, walking slowly down the road. I didn't think much of it. A few miles later, however, the same ad was again set up on a different billboard, and under this one too was the black shape of the tall man. This time he wore a wide brim hat. The billboard was an ad for some tourist attraction in New York City. I slowed down, thinking that it could be a coincidence. Someone was simply moving out of the shadows onto the side, perhaps trying to cross the road. He was walking toward me, after all, except he didn't seem to be getting any closer. And as I watched, the lower part of his shadowy face split open slowly, very slowly. A row of shiny white teeth appeared. A grin that flash of light startled me. I glanced away for a half a second, then I looked back. It was gone. I hadn't planned on checking out New York. It's too crowded. But I took it as a sign and headed there anyway, and nothing happened. No ghosts, no stories. I ended up wandering Brooklyn for a few hours, then driving away disappointed. I didn't think about it much afterward. It's been nearly a year since then. A few weeks ago, I was up late, going through all my transcripts, with the intention of finding suitable ones to post here and send a cap. At some point, I went outside to have a quick smoke. When I came back, this document was on my desk. I didn't open it. I even know how it existed. I read through, confused and unnerved. The doc was untitled, and it wasn't saved to the folder where I kept the rest of my case transcripts. Combined with the fact that I had no recollection of the events herein, there's no way I would ever have found this document in the bowels of my laptop. Unless, of course, some shadowy hand waited until I was away from the computer, came in and pulled it up for me to see. I immediately felt that it was significant. Like I said though, I have no memory of the occurrence. In these transcripts, nothing happened in New York as far as I can recall. Can't answer questions regarding it, as there is very little follow-up I can take. I'll let it speak for itself. Case file: the dead girl. Location: New York City, New York. Date: October 12th, 2017. Witness name: she calls herself Lila. Let's go with that. Relationship to case. Subject: we sit in the heart of Mobility City, or parts of the city, but only by candles cupped in clear glass bottles. There's no water here, no electricity. Despite that, she's created a fairly comfortable setup, and one has to be a condemned apartment. I had a pile of cushions to seat my bony ass upon, and a crate beside me, on which to rest my laptop and my half-drunk Coke. There was a cooler next to us, filled with beer and soda, and wrapped sandwiches from the nearby delicatessen. All in all, this girl, homeless or not, she's a better host than half the people I've met on my journey across the United States. Lila, she calls herself. I looked up at her, seated across from me, silent and contemplative, as she gazes out the window towards New York at midnight. She's lit in the weird, flickering blue glow of the neon gas station sign across the street. It only serves to darken her eye sockets and hollow out her cheekbones. With her hood pulled up and her willowy limbs folded around herself, this girl could easily be a 21st century aspect of death itself. Now, I don't remember how I met Lila. All I know is what she told me. And I know this. I was wandering the streets alone tonight, just a few hours ago. I happened to glance down an alley, only to see what I think is a shadowy figure, as it disappears around the next corner. Well, where he goes, I follow. I jog after him around the corner, and I'm met with nothing. Nothing but dumpsters and the neon red and white sign of the 24-hour barber/tattoo parlor at the end of the street. No shadow guy in sight. Then my arm is grabbed from behind. Then I turn, tense, ready to strike out. And instead, I'm met with wide gray eyes and a blue painted smirk. Like, right? No idea how you made it, but I'm glad you did, man. Shrugging, I follow. My life has been so surreal lately. That's all I can do. She leads me down a few side streets, stops a fire escape, and into a dilapidated brick building. She bids me seated. They sit. I ask her name. Lila. She's young, maybe early 20s, and pretty in a pale, waifish way. She's got blue dreads, blue lipstick, and a sad look in her eyes. A look that makes me want to save her. I ask if she knows me. She says she does. My name, a mission. In fact, she says that we've had a number of conversations so far. Emails, phone calls. I came to New York to speak to her. A second ago, I felt sure of why I'm in the city, led here by a shadow. But now I feel confused, misplaced. I don't know if she's lying, but I get the feeling she's not. I started recording, so you wanted me to visit. I assume you have a story to tell. Yeah. How'd you find me anyway? I told you weeks ago where I wanted to meet, and you promised me it would. Fuck, I thought. But there you were. That, I'm not sure if you realize, but that is pretty fucking amazing. You're like, if there is something spiritual about it, have all it a shadow. And there you were. Yes. It's not the craziest thing I've ever heard. I think you've got the touch of something about you, though. I don't think you're normal. I got a good nose for that kind of thing. I'm a wandering ghost hunter with no friends, no home, and no real purpose. So yeah, in that way, I guess you're right. You have a past, though. We're not here to talk about me. I want to hear your story. Why don't I remember anything about? Comes with the territory. And what territory is that? I'm dead. Let's do it. I thought it might be something like that. Inwardly, I groan. Crazy homeless girl. Likely about to proposition or rob me. I make a mental note not to follow my shadowy friend's advice anymore. You don't look like a ghost to me. Yeah, well, I'm not. I'm not a corpse either. I breathe. I eat. I interact with the living. I'm just not one. So for all intents and purposes, you're alive. Well, no. I mean, I interact with the living. But that doesn't mean I can ever affect the living. What does that mean? You're talking to me. You led me here. I'd say you're affecting me. For now. Yeah. You'll forget me as soon as you leave. Really? Like I said, we've talked before. I always have to act like it's the first time. Explain my situation. You always seem cautiously interested. I always give you the same place and time to meet me, but I never thought you'd actually show. No one else ever has. And that's why I think you're special. That's hard to believe. Of course it is. Just a theory, anyway. I don't know how these things work. Maybe you're not special. Maybe it's the date. October 12th. My death date. I mean, congratulations. He sends me a withering look, and I chuckle. I don't know why I like this girl so much, but I do. Sit and spin, fuck. Do you want to hear about it or not? Well, I'm always game for a death story. Oh yeah. And mine's a good one. That's one of my clearest memories. Fuck, it's foggy from me, you know. But when your impact on everything is so meaningless, you wander around in a sort of daze. But I remember. You may not know it, looking at me now. I was a cheerleader in high school. Went to a local place like 5 blocks down from here. I ruled that school. How things are. Since a trash fire. You still have a picture of me up in the main hall. Like on top of the pyramid. You can go look at it if you ever remember. So everyone said, I look like Madonna. And this was the 80s, mind. Ryoshu. You know. She was super huge then. You are a teenager in the 80s. When I say I'm dead, Mason boy, that means I don't age. Like a vampire. I fuck guess. You think I'm delusional. I'm withholding judgment. Tell me your story. How noble. Not like it'll matter what you think of me as soon as you leave. So, okay, this was 1988. Middle of my senior year. I was head cheerleader. Student body president. I had a literal gaggle of guys tripping over themselves for me. And unfortunately for them, I was my own stereotype. A bitch with a capital B. I legit got my kicks out of hurting people. I took pride in it. You've probably never been rejected by a girl in your life, Mason. Or you would know how I made some of those guys feel. I had my fair share of objections. Believe me, you're exactly the kind I'd go after. It's all strong tattoos, man. I love me as a bad boy. I loved how they turned the putty in my hands. I loved making them cry. I'm flattered. And that made me a little scared. Yeah. You know, I honestly think if things keep going the way they were, I would have turned out to be a total psychopath. Or addicted to coke. No, maybe both. So I guess when I got diagnosed with leukemia, it was a blessing in disguise. Jesus. Don't get all sad for me, come on. It was a bad kind of leukemia. Myelogenous kind. They couldn't hear. Like Insidious. I didn't even notice the symptoms until it was too late. Doctors gave me 3 years. Jesus. Yeah. I was 19. It's pretty fuck. Honestly. It changed me. You can't help change enough to fuck like that. I remember I had like 1 month of chemo. And I was like, no, fuck that noise. I'm not living like that just to die. Anyway, I stopped going to the doctors. I was pissed. Fuck terrified. I didn't want to die. I couldn't imagine a world without me in it. But medicine wasn't doing fuck. So I started investigating alternate means. Like what? Well, it started like alternative medicine, you know. Hippie fuck, herbs and oils, and fuck like meditation or whatever fuck stuff. None of it made me feel as bad as the chemo though. And kind of, when you're that close to the other side, you kind of start to get a little obsessed with it. I did, at least. I started getting into spiritualism. I really liked spiritualism. It made death feel romantic. No lace corsets. Like I was this tragic walking symbol of the grave. I started to do the goth thing, carried around a Ouija board, and pretended it wasn't a fuck Hasbro toy. Those things work. Do I fuck look like I know if they work, man? I am of the firm opinion that anything works if you believe it does. Particularly with spirits and fuck. Maybe not all that fancy techno fuck you see on ghost shows. But give a dude a letterboard and a planchette. Leave them alone in a dark room for a couple hours. You sure as fuck gonna be speaking to some dead people. It's all about the human element. Our connection with the other side. Or other sides. It's not just death. There are other realms too. And we can access them if we try hard enough. If we just stop for a fuck second and try. That power, that connection, that is what magic is. Realms. Yes, Mason, fuck realms. Dimensions. The things that inhabit them. Listen, don't fuck get me started. I was talking about dying. So the goth thing, like that, led to the occult. Started with just, like witchy women, seances, tarot readings, like pretty beginner accessible stuff. Anyone can do it. But there's one thing I learned. Well, you know the origin of the word occult? You know what that means? It means secret, hidden, buried. It means if it's accessible, it's probably not going to be powerful. It's not going to shift your life in one fell swoop, or let you meet a god. See the fuck that gives us the real goods. That's a little harder to find. You can't just walk into Borders, pick up, or even fuck Moonchild's latest book on Wicca, and expect it to give you all the answers. This is the esoteric fuck I'm talking about here. The upheating ancient kind of fuck. The kind of fuck that give the Golden Dawn conniptions, where you're actually reaching into other realms and pulling things out of them in a very real and visceral way. This fuck, even if it was widely circulated, most people wouldn't want to make the necessary sacrifices to do it. Angels, or the things that we call angels, they're not answering to your cute little chalk circles, no. Demon is dragging her ass from the bowels of hell for a dead cat or some bloodletting. These rituals take months, years. They chew you up and spit you out. And half the time, they don't work, anyway. Okay, fuck. I knew a guy. Well, it's kind of off topic, but I knew a guy who locked himself in a cabin for 9 months, did this intensive ritual, 12 hours a day, every day. And this stuff was physically, mentally, emotionally exhausting. It had him drawing complex sigils, balancing on one foot for hours. And I think he had to choke himself until he passed out 3 times a week, all while focusing intent and speaking Latin. Plus there was this whole masturbation schedule that was just like I said, it was intensive. Anyway, oh boy, does this for 9 months, 12 hours a day, no rest. I had to pay attention to moon phases and hours and the curvature of the earth. And then when he was supposed to be greeted by a fuck, I don't even remember. Some being that could give him what he wanted. So at the end, our boy washes his hands and heads into the library to meet what he summoned. And nothing's there. He closes the library door, opens it again. Nothing. Every room, right? This room is empty. Just an empty room. He waits. Nothing shows up. He waits longer. But he said he knew after a couple of minutes that it hadn't worked. He said you just sat down and cried. All that time, energy, blood, sweat, and tears wasted. Now, we don't know where the problem was. Maybe he fucked up a sigil. Maybe I skipped a word. Help. Maybe once he didn't come at the precise moment he was supposed to. But we asked him, and he says he carried it out. Perfectly. He says it couldn't be that. It had to be his intention. He thought the being he was summoning did in fact hear his cry, but it decided to ignore him because of what he was asking for. See, year before this, our boy got catfished on the internet by some dick who used to push him around in high school. The bully saw his dating profile, recognized him from the old days. God knows that guy had some confusion to work through. He pretended to be a hot chick who was totally into, the schlubby kid magician who worships the sweat between Aleister Crowley's flabby-ass cheeks. Why he ever thought some hot goth model would want him, fuck, I can't imagine. But he did. And he gave this fake girl fuck everything. Info, secrets, money. And then when he found out it was all a lie, he kinda snapped. And he went and did a complicated ass 9-month ritual. Not to increase his sexual prowess or find a woman who was right for him, but to get revenge. 9 months dwelling on this. And it didn't even work. He paused to share laughs. I got your eye. She glances away, grinning mischievously. Smile looks good on her. Anyway, it gives you a good idea of the kind of fuck I'm talking about here. Breaking through, opening doors into other worlds. Like that's hard enough. But even once you do, now you're dealing with things way beyond you. Things with their own agendas. And they may not like you very much. Isn't that what happened to me? Nah. Extra-dimensional beings love me. You shadow friends, for example. They wanted us to meet. Friends. Like plural? I thought that was only one. Those things travel in packs, This kind of phenomena, right? Shadow people. Folks see them all the time. Yeah, I know that. But you You seem to have your own little following. They're interested in you. Seems like it. Don't understand why, though. Are you psychic? I shake my head. Maybe in your childhood. You ever see fuck things you thought were like hallucinations? Nope. Before? Well, a couple years ago, I never had any experiences. Huh. Weird. Usually gifted people sense something at different points in their lives. But as you said before, whatever happened to you, you were effectively a rubber plug on the end of the spiritual wire. Dead stop. And that's the gist. You're looking at me now, frank and fascinated. I hurt my eyes. Huh. That's really something. It's not that interesting. No, actually it is. Actually, I don't think you realize just how interesting you are, Mason. You know, things like your shadow friends, they're usually not going to focus on any given person. Same as you'd ignore a fly on your windowsill. So the fact that you're not even spiritually gifted to begin with, and they're still following you, that's about the most interesting thing I've heard in a decade. Lucky fuck me, I guess. Probably The Office. My guess is you had some really terrible fuck happen to you. Fuck that involves other realms. Way more than a fuck haunting. Fuck most people can't even imagine. Am I right? What am I talking about? Me. I knew it. And when it was over and you came out on the other side, instead of running for cover, holding up and trying to find a bit of fuck normalcy, which, by the way, is the usual human response, you decide to leave everything behind. You decide to wander around the fuck country, chasing exactly the kinds of things that fuck you up in the first place. So of course these shadowy fuck are swarming you. Of course you're experiencing the fuck that you are. You fuck earned it. Like, and all your pain and anger is just icing on the cake. You're saying I wanted any of this? No, God, no. Of course I'm not. But you took the bull by the goddamn horns, didn't you? You're earning every scrap of knowledge that comes your way. I'm not in it for, I don't know, power or whatever. I know. I think that's part of it. You're genuine. You kind of like pure in a way. I think that attracts things like your shadow entities from different realms. I jump at the word entity. I've kept it far from my thoughts for years. She notices. She tilts her head, amused. Her eyes are probing, as if she wants to open me up and read my secrets. But she can't. I shake my head and grunt. You know not to trust them, right? They probably don't have your best interests at heart. I hadn't honestly given it much thought. Fuck. Anyway, now you have. Your advice. Be wary of them. Can we drop the subject? Sure. What do you want to talk about? Jesus Christ. Okay. Keep your panties on. Where were we? Oh yeah, my death. So I got in with a group of, we'll call them magicians. They have all kinds of names they like to use. People like our boy I was talking about. I was a total neophyte, but I was eager to learn. And they liked that. They felt sorry for me. Plus, I was fucking their leader. I'll spare you the details. But that group opened a lot of doors. Someone met someone, you know, who knew someone else who'd heard of this guy up in the Appalachians. Supposedly, he was able to cure what ails ya. At this point, I was really sick. Tired. My joints ache. They were stuck thin. But despite all that, we got enough money. And I boarded a plane to Tennessee and hiked up into the mountains with nothing but a backpack. I never saw my friends again. Yeah, the magician, my best hope. His name was Maxwell. He lived in a mansion in the mountains, about as far from civilization as you can reasonably get. At least reasonable for someone as used to luxury as Maxwell. We'd written letters, but I wasn't ready for how young he actually was. Couldn't have been out of his 30s, which for someone with his kind of reputation, that's kind of crazy. I don't know though. He told me he had met Al Capone once, so maybe he was older than he looked. I think I knew as soon as I saw him, like this was a mistake. The smile he gave me when he first opened his door, almost 30 years, and I still remember that smile. Like I was a piece of meat he was going to assault and throw in the oven. No one had ever made me feel like that before. He was outwardly friendly, funny. I decided a couple hours in, my first impression was wrong. I mean, it was first trip abroad, and this beautiful Tennessee mansion with a guy that literally embodied tall, dark, and handsome. He was charming me, giving me wine. As the night went on, I got the impression that, and he expected me to sleep with him like that was already decided, so I did it. I think he was doing some kind of magic during We were bonded. I can't really explain. I felt it. He said it had to be that way. I had to give myself to him totally for all of this to work. So I did. I was so hopeful. But to him, I think I was just an experiment. See if he could do it. He never flat out lied to me. I'll give him that. He'd say, like, you want to stay on this earth, you know? Like, yes, obviously. You want to be free of sickness. You want no pain. Yes, yes. And he'd say forever. And I'd shrug and take it as hyperbole. Like, yes, forever. And we shook hands. And he took a drop of my blood. And that was it. And before you ask, no. Maxwell wasn't the devil or anything. But like, he had power. And he knew fuck that I don't think was meant for human eyes. Shift from like beyond us. He used to mention something called the Society, something like that. They had something to do with him learning magic. Or maybe he stole it from them. He was really vague about it, like secretive. But he had a book he'd never let me near. I don't know what it was. Kinda glad I don't. Just the thought of opening that thing. He was so far gone before I even met him. So the ritual. Yeah. I spent more than 6 months up in that mansion. We did magic every day. Most of it was prep. There was sigil making and sex and bloodletting and screaming and meditation. I cried a lot. It was the hardest thing I've ever done, but I was in it, goddammit. And finally, on October 12th, Maxwell came to me. I was so sick by then, I could barely get out of bed. He said my pain would end soon, but he also said I'd have to die first. Yeah. No. All right. I was such a fuck. I trusted him. As we walked to the ritual chamber, he explained, death is the end of a cycle, winter into spring. You must go through it to start again. And you must go through it 9 times, and 9 times 9, and 90 times 9, until even death cannot touch you. In my head, I was like, this sounds like some well-fuck cliche. Figured he was talking about like a metaphorical death. So we enter the space. Sigils burned into the floor. I strip naked. He's chanting. I don't know what language. He has a beautiful ritual dagger. And he runs the blade up and down my body. And he pauses with its tip against mine. She closes her eyes. She looks like she's torn between pain and ecstasy, as flesh. He says, as earth. And he stabs me in the heart. She presses a shaky finger between her breasts, as if by doing so she can conjure the feeling. More holy. I watch her let out a shaky breath as she does. I remember the pain like nothing I'd ever felt before. I fell. Maxwell fell with me, and he stabbed me again between the ribs. Again on my side. I remember it scraping against my hip bone. Again in my neck. That was when I passed out. But he kept going. I know because I still have his souvenirs. Lila raises to her feet and lifts the hem of the t-shirt she's wearing, tucking it over her head and tossing it to the ground. I started to protest, but I fall silent when I see the scars. Dark raised lines against her pale skin, each about 2 inches long, the width of a large knife. Some are knotted as if healing came hard. Others are almost perfect in their symmetry. There's dozens. Jesus. She sits back down, wearing only her black bra, not bothering with a shirt. I decided not to press the issue. Her nakedness isn't important. As she turned slightly to grab her cigarette off the windowsill, I saw more scars up and down her back, between the jutting bones of her spinal column, peeking up from her pant line. I look away. It's cute, right? She watches me intently. I meet her eyes, trying to smile. It caught me off guard, too. Maxwell hadn't mentioned her, you know. Not in so many words. That is as flesh as earth thing. I don't think that was part of the spell. I think he was trying to let me know what was up. Fuck Maxwell, right? So that was my first death. First. 9 times 9, remember? And 90 times 9. I don't remember being dead. When I woke up, we were in another room. Maxwell was stalking around, muttering. He was. He had blood, like everywhere. His face, his hands, his clothes. It was still wet. God, it hurt. Maxwell turned and saw me, like finally. He said I was dead for 7 minutes. Should have been no more than 5. Said it like it was my fault. I think I was in shock. Maybe that's when I saw who he really was. Like the first death broke his hold on me, washed clean. I saw that he was a monster. But I came back from that, I was awake. I was alive. I felt stronger somehow. So I asked him what was next. You continued after all that, Mason? I wasn't the way I am now. I was thirsty for this. Some of the stab wounds had already healed. I thought he knew what he was doing. Next, I think it was, the hanging. That one sucked. You get harder to kill every time, He used rope, made a noose, tossed it over the ceiling beam. I climbed on a stool. I chickened out at the last minute. Like, no fuck. I don't want it. He kicked the stool out from under me. As breath, he said. As air. I hung for a solid 10 minutes. Stopped struggling after like 5. My neck had snapped, but it hadn't killed me. He did a lot of chanting and pacing, burning herbs. I remember fuck after I died too, but only a little. Gray flat plains. I was walking. I was alone. I snapped 2 in a third room. I was told I'd been gone for 2 hours, which was perfect. His faith in me was restored. There was a tub of water, like the bathtub. Maxwell had me climb in. This time it was as humors, as water, and then he started singing. I had a good voice for a monster, but the song was discordant, like Ugly Beautiful. I still hear it sometimes in my head. Drowning was peaceful. It was my favorite, I think. When he pushed my head underwater, his song distorted. I thought I heard more voices, some like ethereal choirs. I saw a light in the room behind him. I felt happy, at peace, like this was right. He kept me under until the bubbles stopped. What I saw of death that time, or maybe it wasn't a realm of the dead, but I was wandering dark hallways, a labyrinth. It looks like an old mansion, kind of like a Baroque look, elaborate. The furniture was old. This used all the windows. Really heavy brocade curtains. There were tons of doors too, but all of them were locked. Mounds of gray dirt were pushed up against them. Like Beatrice, I'm from the inside. The windows too. Lots of the curtains had big piles of dirt in front of them. I passed a fireplace at one point. It was filled with dry earth, packed up into the chimney. The place felt insulated, encased, like inescapable. Like it sunk into the ground. I knew there was a door for me somewhere, though. Somewhere in all of the infinite indie hallways. A door just waiting to be opened. I just had to find it. And that's when I woke up. I was outside. I remember the stars. Maxwell had me on a stone slab in the center of his courtyard. I was cold and wet. My eyes stung. There was some kind of weird smell. Like a chemical smell. Maxwell looked tired. He was ready for this to be over. But we were barely halfway through. His voice was cracking, and his hair was all crazy. He looked like he could barely lift his arms. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he was so tired he made a mistake. I think about that a lot. Maybe I was just meant to live, have my cancer cured. Maybe hidden means for me to be the way I am. He looked down at me. Something in his eyes really scared me, like unhinged. And his voice was totally shot, hoarse. As spirit, he said. As fire. In a split second before he lit that match, I realized I wasn't soaked in water. She pauses here, clearly reliving something very painful. I watch her hug herself, bury her face into her knees. I burned for a long time. A really long time. Longer than, and someone should be able to. It was the worst death, bar fuck none. I don't know how long I was dead, but there was endless black. And far away, all around me, spears of light colors. Like an aurora. Colors I had never seen, and I was part of them. Or I needed to be. I was struggling to get to them, but I was being dragged away, back to where I came from, back to the fire. I only looked back once, but I saw the side in its fullness, like a vast eye in the darkness. It watched me go. It could have stopped me, but it just watched me go. She's crying. I let her. I move next to her. I hold her for a long time until she's ready to start again. Yeah, fuck you and your big strong arms. Okay, sorry. No, don't. You think after 30 fuck years. Anyway, so then I woke up. We can stop. No, we can't. You might be my best chance in a permanent fuck record. So listen the fuck up and keep recording. Aye aye, Captain. Okay, so I woke up. I was still on the stone slab outside, but it was morning. That was it. Ritual over. Wait, what was the 9 times 90 and then all that? Well, I guess there was some room for hyperbole after all. I wanted to ask Maxwell that very question though, but he wasn't there. He just left you. Well, showered, got dressed. My body wasn't burned up. No idea why. The stab wounds stuck around, but they were already scars by then. None of the other deaths left marks, and I honestly felt great, like amazing, better than I ever had. I was actually happy, despite what I'd just been through. So I wandered the house for a while, called for Maxwell. I wanted to thank him, and I finally found him in his bed, sleeping, all washed and cozy. Pissed me off. He just left me out in the garden like a fuck rake. So I woke him up. He springs out of bed, like all panicked. Who the fuck are you? What are you doing in my house? And I'm like, really, dude? We lived together for 6 months. And he's like, get out. Out. You won't believe me. Says he has no idea who I am. So obviously I'm baffled, hurt. He's threatening the cops. And I'm like, okay. And I go and get my things. And I leave. Just like that. Well, no. I tried to pop into the library, say bye, just in case. And picture the whole scene over again. Him like jumping up. Who the fuck are you? Blah, blah, blah. I not only hit the last 6 months never happened. Our last interaction hadn't happened either. So I left. I was so scared. I just knew something was very wrong. So the rules, right? I'm here. A living body. I'm healthy. As far as I've seen, I'm immune to disease. I'm also immune to death. And trust me, I've fuck tried. I've lost track of the suicide attempts. I have no more memories of the death realms though. I don't think I can go there anymore. So I guess those are the good things about it. I'm permanent. I'm here on this earth. And so, well, I don't really like thinking about that, until I find out how not to be. But I'm also, I also can't have any effect on the world. I slide in and out of people's minds like water through a sieve. Living people usually ignore me. But if I do manage to get their attention, they forget me as soon as they focus on something else. Sometimes I can get people to talk to me for a while. Like we're talking now, hours. But as soon as they leave the room, all memory of it is erased. Emails I send tend to get lost or skipped over. Texts to the same. I can't call people, but they forget as soon as we hang up. And once my friends and family gave me up for dead, it was like just causing undue distress to even fuck try. Getting back to the US is so hard. I didn't really know the rules then. Navigating Tennessee, cab drivers kept forgetting I was in the car. No one spoke to me. No one even looked at me. I had to yell to get attention from servers. And then I was the crazy chick who appears out of nowhere and screams at people. I kept telling myself it was all a nightmare. Just a horrible nightmare. Or maybe I was in hell. Perfect health for me, right? So desperate for interaction and approval. Ignored for eternity. Forgotten. But once I was home, it was worse. I went to my parents. A big mistake. I think I lived with him for a week before it got to be too much. I hated how they jumped every time I came into the room. Or sometimes they wouldn't even notice if I moved fuck around. They were always confused and scared. And whenever they saw me, there we had to have the same conversation. Yes, I was back from Tennessee. No, I hadn't disappeared. No, I wasn't dead. I watched my mom get sadder and sadder every day. She thought I was still missing. I watched my dad start drinking. I watched the search operation in another state for a daughter who was right here at home. So I left. I couldn't do it anymore. They have a memorial service for me a few months later. I didn't go. I moved around a lot at first. It's easy to find places to stay when you're a living ghost, but none of them are permanent. I can't pay rent when the landlord doesn't even know he has a tenant. You can't get a job when an employer doesn't remember your interview. I squatted in nice places a lot, but I hated getting walked in on by realtors or prospective buyers. This place, I've been here for a year now. I mean, it ain't the Ritz, but at least I don't get bothered. So what's your life like day to day? Dreamlike, I guess. Transitory only, probably. It's a lot like how real ghosts feel. You're the first person I've actually talked to in more than a year. It's like when you affect the world so little, it stops affecting you. I don't really get hungry anymore. I don't really sleep. Every day feels like a dream, except I know I'm in it. How do you like my things? These sandwiches. Oh, it's really easy for me to steal things. Like, obviously. Sorry. Yeah. So that's my story. It's really incredible. You still don't believe me? No, no, it's okay, I can sell. I wouldn't believe me either. I believe you. I'm trying to. Thanks. That actually means a lot. You'll forget me though, as soon as you leave. No, I won't. I have this recording. You'll forget you ever made it. You won't even think to listen. No. Here, listen. Well, listen back to it right now. Oh, God. No. You were great. I'll transcribe it right now while I'm here with you, and I'll save it to my computer, and then I'll have a permanent record. I won't be able to forget. Something will happen to it. It'll get lost or become corrupted. It's worth a shot. Lila, I can't forget you. I can't. It won't. Okay, we can try. So we do. It's been nearly a year since that night. Do I remember Lila? No. Does that mean anything? Not necessarily. The story's pretty wild, which is even my willingness to believe. But Jesus, it never happened. And where did this transcript come from? I needed more proof. I had a date. Started scanning through my digital records, praying to God that I saved it. There are dozens of files. October 12th, 2017 is not amongst them. The curse. I checked the files on either side. Nope. Used a search function like a computer. Nothing. Finally, in a last-ditch effort, I went to my recycle bin, which hadn't been emptied since the dawn of time. I scrolled for what felt like hours, reading every single file name, every chain number I thought they could be. And finally, near the bottom, somehow surrounded by files much older than it, I found her name, Lila. Most actively shaking as I restored it to my desktop. I opened it. My voice came from the speakers, crystal clear. So you wanted me to visit. I assume you have a story to tell. I waited for Lila's response, glancing at the transcript. 10 seconds went by. She should have been talking. There was only silence. Doubt, my boy said in response to nothing. I followed a shadow, and there you were, bounding. I raised the volume. Just silence, white noise. Then my eardrums were blasted when I started speaking again, and the wandering ghost hunter with no home, no friends, no real purpose. So yeah, in that way I guess you're right. Cursing. I listened further. I waited for a long period of silence. Glancing at the transcript, I slowly raised the volume until the static of the peripheral noise was all but deafening. Hire myself off and shuffle occasionally. Maybe chuckle at what she was saying. And of course I asked questions. I carried on my side of this recorded conversation exactly true to the transcript. There were long pauses where Lila's voice should have been. But it was just white noise. There was no Lila there. Except every so often, as the recording progressed, I thought I heard a voice beneath the static. Far away. Soft. Feminine. So faint it could be imagined. But I'd like to think it's not. I like to think that maybe a year ago, I sat down and spoke to a beautiful girl. A girl who was very alive, very real. The girl who was flesh and bone, warm and breathing. A living girl, whose recorded voice only left an EVP. She affected me profoundly, and I've completely forgotten her. But as I listened to the static in this recording, listened to it over and over, her soft words became a bit clearer. Her voice begins to strengthen, if only a little. I think I'm starting to remember. I have 2 more for you tonight. At this point, I'd be doing this work for more than a year. And it was great. Don't get me wrong. I love being rootless. Traveling. I love the scenery. I love the stories. I knew I was just living vicariously through the people I met, not really having my own paranormal experiences. I was just piggybacking on someone else. That was fine. I didn't want ghosts or creatures of my own, and had more than enough of them in Centralia. So maybe you can understand why the shadow people were already starting to piss me off. I mean, yeah, they were startling and noisy and creepy as hell. Past midnight. What was really irritating was how attached to me they seemed. I didn't get it. It wasn't special. I wasn't psychic. I wasn't some sort of magnet for supernatural activity. I started out not the other way around. So why me? It started to feel like pressure. Like they were waiting for me to see something or find something or connect some kind of dots. Or else, why would they stick around? Not like I was getting anything of importance done. I was just floating from case to case. There's no grand conspiracy nor interwoven plot. And even if there was, I wasn't interested in mystery solving. But I see shadow people all the time now, whether or not I was working a case. That night, driving, walking through cities, they were everywhere. I'd catch them out of the corner of my eye. Usually alone, sometimes in groups of 2 or 3. I'd turn fully, intending on confronting them somehow. And they'd be gone. It was exhausting to feel so watched. And when I was in a genuinely paranormal case, it was worse. They'd be there in the corner during an interview, bumping around my RV at night afterwards. None of the people I interviewed ever saw them. To them, who must have seemed crazy, I was always flinching at shadows, trailing off and staring into space, turning around when I felt one too close behind me. It wasn't a great look. I wanted them to leave me alone. But I also didn't want to stop chasing the paranormal. It was too fulfilling, too comforting somehow, to find camaraderie in people all over the country. A drop-in record of a story, see the evidence, then be able to leave it behind. It was addictive. It was therapeutic. It gave me a feeling of control I desperately needed. Except I couldn't control the shadow people. Didn't get rid of them. Worst of all, I couldn't understand their motives. But I wouldn't let them ruin it for me. I needed this, goddammit. So I kept going. And we'll start with a short one. It's a little different, because I couldn't go interview the witness Ethan in person. He's traveling Asia at the moment. But his friend contacted me after finding a Craigslist post of mine and gave me Ethan's info. I didn't have anything to do. It was around Christmas, and I definitely did not plan on being home for the holidays. So I reached out. A few emails later, we were messaging on Skype. Ethan has a ton of stories. This one's the weirdest. Case number 16, The God of the Forest. Location, Cumberland Island, Georgia. Date, December 22nd, 2017. Witness, named Ethan B. Relationship to case, tourist, explorer. These are the message logs, copy and pasted for your enjoyment. Keep in mind I never met Ethan face to face, but we Skyped a couple times, and I trust the guy. He's smart, college-aged, and has a passion for world travel. He's been abroad for 1.5 years now, living the dream, as he puts it. Apparently, it started out as a trip to Georgia to meet his extended family, but he fell in love with the South, then with the Appalachians, then with the Great Lakes, and most recently with the Southeast. The verdict is still out, but he's not sure if he even wants to return home. Another thing about Ethan is, he's got a thing for the weird and haunted. Needless to say, we hit it off pretty fast. He'll let our messages tell the rest. Well, have you heard of Cumberland? No, dude. Sorry. I've got zero world knowledge. Nah, it's cool. I don't think it's that bad for tourists, because it's so far out. But you hear about it locally. Kinda urban legend status. When my friend told me about it, I was like, oh yeah, fuck, bring it on. What's the deal? It's this tiny island right off the Georgia coast. Like 10 minutes from Street Mary's. That's where my girlfriend's family lives. We were visiting for a few nuts. I thought they were pretty, conventional, right? But after a couple beers, her bro started showing me these weird old paranormal/alien websites. Someone's freaky webbing, fantastical phenomena. And obviously that went on into blah 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 ghosts and fuck. And I was like, hell yes, this is my kind of dude. And I got to talking about how much I want to visit Chernobyl someday. And he was like, dude, you have to come see Cumberland Island. Apparently it was colonized by the British in the 19th century. Started as a penal colony, then became the vacation home of rich officers, and fuck. This shiny paradise surrounded by prison islands where people are dying and fuck left and right. Got shut down in World War II though. Abandoned now. It's just these ruins of black churches and mansions and stalls, but all taken back over by the jungle. Creepy looking place, really cool. And it's hot. Apparently enough people died there. I heard there was a sanatorium there for a while too, man. It's got all the cliches there. Tell me you went. Yeah, obviously, right? I gotta check that fuck out. We take the ferry, spend a couple hours walking around. You should look up pics. It's pretty. Kinda creepy though. The church was my favorite. A huge stone church in the middle of the forest. Totally overgrown with this big ass banyan. Grown ran out of the roof. Really fuck cool, dude. We spent a while there. Didn't say any ghosts though. I thought you said this one was creepy. Keep your fuck shirt on. So the island closes at night, but there's a light show about its history that plays every day around sunset. We were supposed to get back on the boat after that, but I don't know. I think Outlet might have bribed someone to let us stay. Our team is my girlfriend's brother, by the way. My girlfriend is Kayla. Anyway, we didn't get back on the ferry to go back to Street Mary's. So that's how I figured out why Josh had his pack camping gear. We were gonna stay the night. Oh yeah, I thought so too. Kayla was pissed. She's more superstitious though. She got into it after a while though, 'cause secretly she loves creepy fuck as much as me. We headed into the forest, 'cause the beach wasn't too safe to stay on. The island is owned by the Park Service, and they don't fuck around with trespassers. We had to do the trees, way off the beaten trail, trying to find a ruin that wasn't roped off, and a touristy feeling. We ended up at the foundation of an old house, maybe an old mansion, way off in the woods. Crowd was pretty clear and flat, so it seemed like a good place to camp. There was this big fuck oak growing right out of the center of the foundation, but we figured its branches would be good cover if it started to rain. I don't know if you know what an oak tree looks like. Kinda like a bunch of smaller trees all crammed together into one. Very long branches, spaces in the trunk. Well, it looks like smaller trees haven't merged together all the way. The Frankenstein trees. They're all over that island. I used to think they were pretty, but I don't know anymore. The Cumberland Island. Yeah. So we made camp next to that Chinese oak, between the old foundation walls. I hated how the holes and manias look there. There are so many places animals could be hiding and fuck. So I put me and Kayla's sleeping bags as far from the tree as I could. I don't know why. I didn't ask him to camp. I was getting really creeped out for whatever reason. Figured it was just being in this weird dark jungle at night. I wasn't used to it. Josh said only deer live on the island. But I was imagining huge leopards stalking us through the trees and fuck. And I was pretty sure some kind of animal was hiding in the big oak. Civet or snake or something. Kept hearing rustling coming from inside the trunk. Josh made fun of us for being fuck, but I was all cozy up against the wall of the ruin. Josh, though, laid his sleeping bag right up against the tree trunk. His head was in this real deep hollow. He slept there, and immediately snored. Not me. Yeah. I stayed awake and listened to every sound. I even sadly fell asleep before me. Do you know how fuck dark it gets in a jungle? It's crazy. Something could sneak up on you so easily. And all night I was sure that was exactly what was going to happen. I felt like we weren't welcome there. Maybe it was because we were trespassing. I don't know. After a while, I finally fell asleep, and I had this dream. Very, very vivid. I remember it perfectly. I dreamed I was up in the oak tree at the center of our camp, very high, near the top, and I was looking down at all of us, laying down there, watching us sleep. Then I swung my view downward, stayed closer, and as I did, I remember there was this loud creaking noise. If you can imagine. Sounded like the hull of a ship creaking. Huge pieces of timber had been bent and stretched. Then I was looking down at Kayla and me sleeping next to each other. And I got really close to Kayla's face. Checked her out. And then I got really close to my own face. Checked me out. Then noticed Josh. I hadn't noticed him. He was so close to the trunk. And I didn't see him before. I swung out to look. And crew, I went to check him out. I noticed he was leaning right up against the tree trunk. It touched the wood and the oak. And for some reason, when I saw that, I got really angry. Like, how dare he, you know? None of those were my feelings, me, Ethan. They were all something else's feelings, but I still felt them. Anyway, in the dream. Does that make sense? I know what you mean. I was so pissed at Josh for touching that oak tree, dude. Angrier than I've ever felt in my life. Josh had this amulet he wore for luck. Some Hindu god, Ganesh, I think. Never took it off. His grandpa gave it to him, and in my dream I saw it around his neck. Well, I was laying there, hard to miss. This big gold elephant. It pissed me off even more. Here was this fuck sleeping right up against my tree. Or my body, maybe. I don't know. It wasn't clear. Anyway, this fuck guy was sleeping against me, but he was wearing the symbol of another god. That was kind of the thought process, not word for word. I couldn't read this thing's mind, but that was the feeling. Jealousy, anger. This part I couldn't really see through the darkness, but something long and pale came down. Maybe another part of the tree branch of the vine. It wrapped around Josh's amulet, started to pull them, and rips it off his neck. Odd. He didn't wake up to them, just mumbled and rolled over. But once I had the necklace, I gathered myself up, and with a huge creak sound, I don't know how to describe this. I flew upwards into the branches of the tree. Now that's not right. I wasn't a fly, and I was being propelled on a really long neck, like I was a face on the end of a vast tree branch. Anyway, I got up to the top of the tree, and there was this weird hole up there, between the branches. I carried Josh's amulet up there, and looked in. I think it was a nest, or a cubbyhole, and sitting inside it, its back up against the opposite wall, was the body, for man. It made me sad just to look at him. He seemed so pathetic. Oh, curled up on himself, legs pulled up to an emaciated chest, bony arms wrapped around him. His fingers looked stiff, intense, claw-like. He'd been up in that tree for years, centuries. His skin was desiccated, shrunken, ancient. The branches of the oak had wrapped around his limbs, grown into his skin, and merged with him. His head was visible, though, just a skull encased in a thin layer of mummified brown skin. His eyes were gone. I picked up a bird a long time ago, or even by insects. The head was tilted way back against the trunk behind him, and his mouth was wide open, very wide, like a silent scream, lips drawn back from his teeth. And dude, whatever his eyes I was looking through in that dream, it loved the mummy. A really deep, nurturing kind of. I felt that. It stared at him for a long time. Adora N. After a while, it took out his amulet and dangled it over the corpse's gaping mouth, like a bird feeding her babies, and then it let go. I heard that drive rattle. That necklace hit the corpse's teeth and slid into its mouth and down its throat, and then a plunk when it landed in its hollow stomach. There was a second where I waited, anticipated, and then, somewhere in the base of the tree, somewhere down by the roots, this deep rattling groan began to reverberate. Started out low, but rose in pitch as it traveled up, 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 all the way to the top, till it came wailing out of the mummy's open mouth. And that's where the dream ended. I woke up. Good question. In the dream, were you the one making decisions? Or were you just watching? It was more than just watching. Like I said, I could feel all the emotions. But now I was making decisions too. Just along for the ride. In a very connected, empathic way. Okay, what happened next? Well, I woke up. Josh was screaming. Sure. Yeah. Now what's exactly? He was screaming bloody fuck murder, laying in the center of the campsite, curled in on himself. Kayla and I ran to him. He was holding his arm. There was a ton of blood. His forearm was completely snapped. Shoulder torn out of socket. All his fingers were broken. What? How? No idea. He said he woke up to excruciating pain, and his arm was just destroyed. Jesus. Yeah. So we're scrambling to break camp. And we have no idea what happened. Like, was it an animal attack? Doesn't matter. Josh is bleeding, and we need to find him some help as soon as possible. I'm wrapping his shirt around his arm, trying not to spew. Then Kayla is like, holy fuck, where's the tree? And we all stop for a second, look up, and that fuck huge-ass oak that was in the center of our camp. Yeah, it's not there anymore. What? their fuck, but it was delirious in pain. But he said something that stuck with me. He said, "My hand wasn't there. My hand was in there." I asked him about it later. He said that he had his hand between two intertwined oak branches when he fell asleep, took securely between them. "Help me out. Here." What? What the fuck does that mean? It means maybe when the tree moved, out of his hand got caught in the branches, and when it pulled away very hard and fast, the tree broke Josh's arm, dude. I know it sounds crazy, but that oak was there when we fell asleep, and when we woke up it was gone, and Josh's arm was fuck ruined. It just walked away. I don't know, man, but there's one more thing, and it's the craziest thing I've ever seen before or since. It was getting light when we left the forest out onto the beach. Josh was really pale, but we managed to radio for help anyway. He's alright now. But as we were running toward the dark, I looked back into the forest, and I thought I saw something way up high in the trees, near the very top of the branches. It looked like it was floating out of the darkness there, but I got the impression of something huge. But I did hold it up, a gigantic wooden mask. It was pale and round, big black circles for eyes, and a tiny crescent for a mouth, like a shy smile. Otherwise, it was totally smooth and featureless. It had an ancient feeling to it, really primitive. I kind of stopped running because it was such a shock to see so high up, coming out of the darkness of the canopy. Josh noticed me. There was a creaking sound, the same one I heard in my dream, and the mask tilted to one side, like it was trying to get a better look. Then there was another creaking sound, and whoosh, it disappeared back into the forest. What the fuck? Yeah, all true, swear to God. So Josh was okay. Yeah, well, he's having his second surgery next week, but his arm will be okay. Kayla said something weird though. After we were safe and had a sec to calm down, I told her about my dream, and she said she dreamed the exact same thing. Every detail. Weird. She thinks it was something really spiritual, like some kind of protector of the island, a lapse guard. And I don't agree with that though. What do you think? Dude, I don't fuck know what that mask was. I don't fuck know what that mummy was. I don't fuck know what it wanted with us. Oh, why I hated Josh so much. But I'm never going back to find out. So, admittedly, the story was more strange than horrifying. But I thought it might interest you guys, and while he's on the subject of forests, let's get into our next creepy tale. Early this spring, I was fuck around in one of those little towns dotting Lake Huron's coast, and I decided on a whim to go get a drink at this dive tavern. Well, to be honest, it wasn't a whim. I was driving by, and I spotted a cloaked, shadowy figure through the swirling flakes of snow, standing near a street lamp in a parking lot. Same old song and all that. As frustrating as I found their constant presence, I knew a sign when I saw it. By the time I parked, the shadow was gone. I wanted a beer anyway, so I went inside. A few drinks in, I got to chatting with the locals. One group of regulars in particular drew me in. A dozen gruff old guys. For the bar was a second home. Of course. After a while, my little hobby came up, and they called it chasing spooks. It also said that I was a damn fool for digging into that kind of fuck. So I asked for their stories, and they had plenty of good ones. But here's the one that stuck with me. Case number 18, Metz-and-Pado. Location, East Tawas, Michigan. Date, April 23rd, 2018. A witness named Frank. Relationship to case, sole witness or victim. Frank is a gruff, weathered man with a gray beard and a piercing blue gaze. A long, jagged scar runs over one eye. He tells me he's nearly 80, but don't look at it. He's over 6'6", with a muscular tone of a man half his age. If I look this good when I'm 87, I'll start believing in God. As humorless as Frank appears at first glance, the guy's a riot. Over half a dozen drinks of dark black ale, and he's regaled me with stories of his time working as a logger in the dense forests of northern Michigan. He shows me the jumble of scars which run down both arms, each knot of flesh with a history of its own. Judging by how the other patrons react to him, Frank seems to be a bit of a local celebrity. There's no recording when he starts talking about his scars, making it might catch something interesting. I've been recording conversations with strangers for months, almost second nature now. Yeah, I tell you, that particular camp, it was a piece of crap. Fire safety regulations went anyway. Surprised I didn't lose my... Oh, bless it off, yeah. Your arms are one thing. I want to know about that big, ugly fuck on your face. Laughter around the table dies down slowly as Frank stares me down pensively. Apparently, I said the wrong thing. Frank lets me sweat for 30 more seconds, before his face breaks into a wide, crinkly grin. He reaches up and runs a big square finger down the scar over his eye. Man, you guys take it so damn seriously. Yeah, it's been more than 50 fuck years for crap's sake. Well, what happened? Well, you said you wanted scary stories. Alright, let me tell ya. You know, this would have been maybe 58, 59. I was back home from a logging trip in Middle Tawas. It was already getting fuck cold up north, so I was happy to leave off for a few months and find some work in town. My wife and I at the time, we had this little cabin out in a big old piece of land. A couple of acres of forest, a little creek even, a swimming hole. A beautiful, beautiful place. Well, I'd lived there since I was a boy. My parents left it to me when they passed. I tell ya, I knew those woods like the back of my hand. I played in them as a kid, hunted them and camped in them all over every single acre. Every fuck rockin' tree for miles back in my hand. Which I guess is why what happened that October was just so damn strange. Oh, come on. No. Leave me in suspense. If it scares you, it's gotta be good. Well, it was, like I said, just strange. It happened one afternoon when my wife was in bed with the flu. We took our old dog on a long walk every evening. We had a trail that we followed that took you about a mile into the forest, then looped you back around near the cabin. The dog loved it too. He was a good boy. Well, the wife isn't in any shape to go walking. Not in that October chill anyway. Sick as she is. So I bundle myself up and go out alone. I didn't mind, truth be told. I like to walk alone on occasion, and it gave me time to think and all that. So the dog and I walked into the woods around sunset, along the trail that I've walked hundreds of times, mind you. With thousands of times, in fact. I mean, my fuck boot prints might as well be stamped into the ground there. But dog's as happy as can be, barking and shooting through the undergrowth, chasing birds and whatnot. And it's nice for the first bit. Peaceful. The thing I should mention about this trail is, for the first quarter mile or so, yeah, you are going deeper into the woods. Me, it's all uphill. It's an easy slope, nothing too steep. But we like to complain about it anyway. Once you get to the crest of the hill, you can look back and see our little cabin off in the distance through the trees. We always did that. Kind of a tradition, in fact. We made a game out of it. No looking back. And so you get to the top of the hill. But that night, I don't know. Someone's almost down at that point. And the woods were just real quiet. Maybe it was just because my wife wasn't with me. But I started feeling a little spooked. I told myself that I was being stupid. But it just felt weird. So I stopped before I even reached the top of that first hill. And I turned around and smiled at the lamplight through the windows, way off between the trees. And then I just kept walking. No, this might have been where I fuck up. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever know for sure. But when I went to the hill crest, I paused again, and I saw a long stick poking up out of the ground next to the trail. It was a perfect walking stick, I thought. A bit of cleaning, maybe some whittling of the knots and all that. But it was a kind of black sort of wood I'd never seen before. Really pretty, mind you. Anyway, I didn't think about it. I just took hold of the stick and yanked. It was buried pretty deep in the ground, though, and I didn't want to come out easy. So I gave it another yank, and still stuck. So I pushed on it, and twisted it and pulled it. But finally I kinda got it, and I kinda ripped it out of the ground. I still remember the sound it made coming out though. A kind of a tearing, sucking sound. And hanging from the end of the stick was what looked to me like a tangle of thick black hair. Maybe it was coated in mud, so I figured that there were some weird roots or something. There's something odd though. Was that a sizable portion of the underbrush around the stick sort of jerked and rustled when I did it? Almost like a horse shaking off dust. Like I just yanked out a hangnail on the forest floor or something. I thought maybe I was disturbing some kind of underground root system or something. But for a second there, it gave me the heebie-jeebies, that's for sure. Well, I ignored the kind of creepy feeling and just went on my way, my new walking stick in hand. I shook the mat off and scraped the hair roots away, and it worked pretty damn fine. So I started heading down the hill. It's getting darker, and I'm whistling along. And after a while, I notice the old dog is right at my heels. But that's pretty strange in and of itself, because usually when he's in our woods, he's always off like a rocket, checking out his territory and all. But now he's sticking so close, and his body's low to the ground, to the tail between his legs. He looks like he's getting scolded or something, or I guess what he looked like was scared. But I didn't think like that at the time, so I stopped to kind of check on him, see if he's got his nose bit by a badger or something. He looked fine, but he was whimpering now too, and I got to looking around to see if there's a big animal stalking us or something. And I noticed something really strange. I told you before that those woods were a second home to me. I knew them inside and out, and we were still on the trail. The same trail I walked every evening. But now looking around, nothing seemed familiar. I kept walking though, thinking that I'd see some kind of landmark. There should have been a boulder over here, at a certain tree stump over there, you know. That's nothing. But the trail was still there. But it just looked different. More rocky and narrow that it was impossible. Even if I'd taken a wrong turn off the beaten track. I knew these woods, and I just felt completely, disoriented. Completely out of my element, you know. And the dog is scared stiff, hackles raised, whining. I look off into the dark woods, and they seem to stretch on for miles. But we're heading downhill. But I think after a while it should be flattening out by now. The woods aren't that hilly, you know. And we've been on a downward slope for a long damn while now. A long damn while. But I look ahead of me, and all I see is more downhill slope. Not only that, but it's getting steeper. And, well, it's almost like a fuck mountain trail now. The slope is that steep. That's when I stopped, and I look, and the forest is just completely silent. But it's dark now, and not a fuck star in the sky. You can't even see the moon. I hope that I just feel out of sorts because of how fuck dark it is. So I call the old dog, and we start back the way we came, back up the hill. Except now, here's the funny thing. The uphill grade is steep at first, but as I'm walking, I notice it starts to level out, and before I'm even back at the crest of the first hill, suddenly I'm heading downwards again, like I just went over a fulcrum of a giant seesaw or something. I even see what I think of the lights of my house, way down below me, much further away than they should be. It felt like if I slipped, I'd just tumble on down the trail for hours before I hit it. What? Yeah, that's what I said. I walked downhill at least half a mile. It turned around and went straight back the way I came. No fuck possible way. I was walking downhill again. I didn't know what else to do. So I just kept walking. Down, down, down. And the grade just kept getting steeper and steeper until I was more sliding than walking. Ahead of me, or should I say below me, sort of, the forest was darker than I'd ever seen. I got the feeling I wasn't wanted there. I wasn't welcome. Like I'd done something bad, and my words had turned against me. But I swear every so often, I thought that I could see the lights of home poking through the branches here and there. And I was just too damn scared to walk into the woods on either side though. So I just kept on the trail. The old dog was following me, silent. Might right switch him back a few times, going back uphill, but every time, the ground would end up leveling out and taking me back down again. It was like the forest was shifting around me. It was so subtle that I couldn't even see the changes. This went on for, hours. Good to the point where it felt like the sun should be rising, in fact. But the sky just stayed this blanket of black. The first should be waking up by now, but it was just completely silent. I looked up to the rooftop to achieve something in the distance, and I thought I caught glimpses sometimes, but I was never sure. But was that a shocker? A mirage? What if that never was my house in the first place? And made my head swim a bit. Is this dementia, a stroke? But then I started hearing, way off in the distance. I started hearing but the occasional crack of branches breaking and leaves rustling, and I kept walking, and there were more cracks. They were a bit closer now, but weak, snapping underfoot, like that something was moving through the woods. I kept walking. The trail's getting steeper again. More cracking, like he's some branches breaking off the trees behind me. Way high up in the trees, mind you. I keep walking and I kind of hurry now. And there's a bigger crack. It's to my left. And got to be only a couple of yards off the trail, too. And boy, it's something big. Something huge, in fact. Moving around in the darkness. I get a real bad watch sort of feeling. Like there's eyes on me from all sides. Hateful, really hateful eyes. So I stop to listen. And nothing. There's nothing. But then the dog starts barking. He spotted something up ahead of us. Or something down the hill. I can't see. And I tell you, it's got him scared. He's yelling up a storm. And I gotta go grab his collar. But he suddenly rips out of my grasp. And takes off down the trail. And now I start shouting, Because at this point, I'm daring his fuck my pants. And I ran after him. But I'm sliding and stumbling. And the fuck trail is so steep. And I ended up tripping over some kind of rock or log. And before I know it, I'm flying headfirst down the hill. It's a long fall. And just wham, I land as hard. And I eat gravel. Almost knocked me out cold. But my face is all scraped up. But what really did the most damage is that fuck black walking stick. I hadn't noticed before. But the damn thing was covered in the thorns. I guess spikes or quills, maybe. But they laid flat until you rubbed them the wrong way. But I don't know how my hands weren't all cut up, But when I fell against it, those things tore my face up from my chin to my forehead. Hoped like a fuck to almost blinded me, in fact. So I sat up, and I'm dizzy. Blood's pouring down my face. And I can still hear the old dog barking up in the distance. I take a second to get my bearings, and I'm just getting to my feet when I hear the old dog yelping. Good, quiet, jeez. He was a good old boy, that one. But anyway, now I'm alone in these dark woods, and I'm more lost than ever, barely clinging on to what feels like a cliffside. I'm in hostile territory, and boy do they know I'm here. And there's something big and vicious right up ahead of me down the trail, but coming towards me, so I pick up that thorny fuck stick, bloody and nearly blind in one eye, and I just turn tail and run back up the slope, away from the noise. That was all I was thinking. But fast as I can, using the stick for balance. And behind me, I hear the sound of fuck hooves. But not exactly hooves. They sound more fleshy. Patterned hooves, maybe. Massive, though. Stumpy feet beating against the ground. Becoming right from here. Something bigger. It's something huge. Bigger than a deer, for sure. But bigger than a horse, too. Big enough to kill a full-grown Rottweiler like an afterthought. And it's picking up the pace. A full-on gallop. And now a full-speed, gigantic fuck flesh stumps just it, coming right for me. Though I don't turn to look. I just keep running. And just like before, the ground levels out. But it's really quick. I barely got 10 yards. And I feel myself heading back downhill. And I think, oh, fuck this. So I take the black walking stick. And my scream at the thing that's following me. My scream, if you want it back so bad, just take it. And I chuck the damn stick as far as I can into the woods. And then I just run the other way. I know it's tough, for at least an hour. But the slope of the ground just never steepens. And after a while, the sky starts to get lighter. The woods start to get familiar again. And I end up making it back home. And you should have seen the wife's face when I came screaming in around 4 a.m. Bloody and babbling, with no dog in sight. More scared than I've ever seen her before, or since. How long were you gone? Who knows? These folklore, well, I was actually missing for 2 weeks. Yeah. They sent out search parties and everything. Didn't find a damn thing. Besides the collar of that old dog. It was hanging from the highest branch of a tree not 10 yards from the house. And, well, we stayed on for a while. But it was just never the same. But the land was haunted now. We'd find gigantic animal tracks every now and then. And each big as a platter, maybe bigger. Even vaguely looked like deer hooves, too. But they came in groups of 6. Like this deer had an extra set of legs or something. Can you imagine the fuck animal attached to those things? Fuck lucky I never saw it. We'd also find big clumps of black hair up in the trees, too. And not witch, must mind you. I know what that looks like. This was definitely hair, like thick horsehair or something. And every so often we'd hear the old dog bark. And off in the distance. No, I told my wife never to follow the sound. That old dog was dead. And no doubt of that in my mind. No doubt. So whatever was out there, it was trying to lure us back in. I think back to that walking stick a lot, but coming out of the ground like that, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that the thing wasn't made of wood. It felt more like a quill or a claw or something. Something from an animal though, for sure. But I couldn't say what it was made out of, to be honest. But then again, maybe I'm just changing up my memory. Thinking about those hooves and all that, maybe it was a stick after all. I don't know. But when my wife got pregnant though, the hoof prints started appearing closer to the house. They circled around it in the night, and we'd hear it sometimes through the windows, just breathing and huffing, like a big horse was stomping around on its padded, fleshy hooves. Oddly enough though, we never saw it though, and that's when we left. It was just too dangerous. And I didn't know what it wanted with the baby here. And, well, that's the end of it. Well, we moved south, but ended up back in Michigan. But never had another horn come for me again. Once was enough. I still have the scars from this one. Will you ever go back to the old property? No way in hell. Boy, once the place gets tainted like that, it doesn't ever get untainted, And I'm not telling you we're in this great state. The forests lie, so don't start asking. Okay. Will you laugh? Attention at the table breaks for a moment, until I glance over to the door. Was a shadowy figure there, like a silent sentinel. I stare at it until Frank leans towards me, pointing a crease between his eyebrows. He delivers his final word on the subject. Listen, you don't fuck with the forest, kid. You don't take what's not yours to take. Because trust me on this one, it'll fuck you right back. That night, tossing and turning in the back of the RV, I couldn't get Frank's tale out of my mind. It was something out of traditional folklore, some variant of Rip Van Winkle, a passage into an alternate world, a spirited away. It was not something I'd ever heard from someone who actually experienced it, who wouldn't let me sleep, even drunk as I was. I stared at the low ceiling and considered discounting it as a lie. With everything I knew, what I had been through, who the hell was I to doubt? Maybe some fairy tales were true. When I drifted off, I jumped off a door. Commonplace, gray metal, led to a blank, whitewashed wall. It could have been any door anywhere. But looking at it, I was filled with dread, the likes of which you only know in dreams. Something was behind it. Something vast and primal had brought to mind the darkness of the hole in that apartment basement, the endlessness of Frank's forest, the mystery of the thing in the lake. And all that protected me was a few inches of cold steel. I wanted to back away. I stepped closer instead, and as I watched, the handle was pushed down from the inside. The latch clicked. The door creaked open. Oh God. And hovering above me, inches away, was a face. Head of darkness. I tried to yell, but I couldn't. Shadow Man. And the one who wore the grim black hat had his hand placed firmly on my chest. The pressure there was incredible. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. God. Not his face. Solid black. A living shadow. Yeah. But for the first time, I saw his features clearly. Two perfectly round, circular eyes with pink pupils. A mouthful of square ivory teeth. No nose. Nothing else. Just eyes and teeth. Stark white against the inky black field of his face. He stared at me for a long moment. His face was too close, giving me an unsettling grin. With his littlest eyes so round, his pupils so tiny. He didn't look much like a smile at all, just the facsimile of one. Then he backed away, removing his hand. I gasped in a gulp of air, but I found I still couldn't move. Okay, I thought. Okay, it's just sleep paralysis. I never had it before, but I'd heard about it. Even knowing that, the feeling of dread wasn't going away. Lucky to escape my dream and permeate the waking world, it hung heavy in my chest. I slid my eyes to the Hat Man, now standing by the corner of the bed, with all his head brushed the ceiling. I just knew, the way he was showing his teeth, the way his tiny pupils were focused directly on me, he was about to attack. He and his minions had been stalking me for months. And it all led to this. Any moment now, he'd swoop down upon me, helpless here in my bed, and the rest of the shadowy figures would emerge too, from the cracks in the walls and the ceiling where they were watching, waiting. And the Hat Man would open that toothy mouth of his, and it would just keep opening. I met the Hat Man's gaze, those unnerving white spheres, determined to at least be looking at him when he attacked, and for a long moment he didn't move. Then he spread his arms, and his teeth began to part, and my courage broke. With a Herculean effort, I managed to turn my head away from him and squeeze my eyes shut, waiting for the bite. Nothing happened. I opened my eyes again to sunlight, filling the RV. It was morning. The Hat Man was gone. I dreamt of that door a lot after that. It was always the same. I'd always wake up right as it began to crack open. Luckily, though, the Hat Man never got that close to me again. Keep in mind, what I'm about to tell you, it only happened yesterday. I'm still trying to figure some fuck out. I was driving from a visit with my family in California and cut north through Oregon. My plan was to reach 90 and then head east, Maine or something. I had a long way to go, and I wanted to get there fast. I fished a cig out of my pack, jammed that between my teeth and lit it. My foot pressed steadily down on the accelerator. Around then, someone ran into the middle of the road. Fuck. I was going too fast to stop, so I swerved instead. Off the highway, up a short hill, onto an intersecting road. I pulled over, my adrenaline sky high, and climbed out of the RV. Jesus. Whoever that was, they were so lucky I hadn't hit them. I peered down the short incline, trying to see the idiot from the darkness. I didn't think that it was a deer or an animal. The shape was human. They couldn't have gotten far, and the way I felt just then, I was going to give them a piece of my mind. The shout was already on my lips, but it fizzled away to a groan. You gotta be fuck kidding me. Over a dozen shadowy figures not 20 yards away were standing shoulder to shoulder in a line across the highway. I was willing to bet the thing that ran across the road had been one of them. Seriously. I yelled. It already started down the hill. You could have fuck killed me. I made it halfway down the incline between the highway and the access road, when I realized they weren't retreating. And Jesus, they were tall, each more than 7 feet. Solid black humanoid masses forming a barrier between me and the road that I'd been traveling. I was being sequestered. Still pissed, I stomped a few more yards before it stopped again, unsure of what I had planned. They towered before me. Silent. What I said. What are you gonna do if I turn around and head north again, huh? Get noisier? Send me some weird dreams? Watch me even harder? Their movement in the line of shadow people. It surged and bent, and one of them stepped forward, breaking the ranks. The Hat Man. He kept his distance. I kept that one in particular. He worried me. He was taller than the others, more imposing. He was the only one who had a face. Small white circles for eyes above a row of gleaming white teeth. But it was more than that. Something about him wasn't right. The way he moved, maybe. Or his posture. The way those pupils slid around on his 2 white scleras made me think that he was something more than just a shadow person. Whatever they were, to begin with. Something disguised as one. And the thing underneath was much worse. So he lifted a massive arm and pointed to the access road headed west. When his pearly grin widened, I backed down. I took his advice. 2 hours later, I found myself in Eugene, Oregon. And that's where my last case begins. I was in town for an hour before I found it. Or it found me. I wasn't looking, either. I decided if I saw a shadowy figure, I'd head firmly in the opposite direction. Fuck that little display out on the highway. That was bullying and strong learning, and I was far enough removed by then to be pissed about it. Since it was past midnight, I went to the nearest Denny's for some late-night pancakes. The only other customer was a pale, drawn-looking man in a corner booth. They're around my age, in their early 30s, but he looked like fuck. Dark circles, nervous. Dressed nice, though, clearly not homeless. The waitress knew him. She was surprisingly candid. Something I seem to bring out in people. I learned the guy was just hired to teach 10th grade at the local high school. It was rough. Some weird things were going on in the school, she said. Your rumors, she said. But she wasn't about to go into it. No, sir. But why don't I go talk to him, since I'm so curious? Why don't I buy him a coffee? I couldn't help myself. Like I mentioned, this lifestyle is addictive. I hear the phrase, weird happening, my ears perk up. Don't lie flat. Kicking myself for knowing this was exactly what the goddamn Hat Man wanted. I nevertheless moved over to the young teacher's table. His wariness melted away almost immediately. He even seemed eager to talk. Maybe he thought I could help. I don't know. Now, in the end, maybe I did. Case number 20. The door. Location, Eugene, Oregon. Date, September 13th, 2018. Witness named Nathan R. Relationship to case. Newly hired high school teacher. We are in Nathan's third-story classroom after the last bell. It's not a huge school, and he's close with the community. He's a local after all. 4 years here as a kid, and he liked it enough to come back for work. Not many of us can say the same thing about our high schools. He sits behind his desk at the front of the room. I learned the opposite from a student. I already know a little about the anomaly from our conversation at Denny's, so I started recording immediately. So tell me a little about it. Was it like this when you went here? No way, man. No way. If I'd have known why the beacon left, I never would have taken the job. Hargrove is not his predecessor's real last name. In fact, our last names here changed to protect identities. So when did it start? Last year, as far as I heard. Around homecoming, maybe. That's when Hargrove first started talking about it. What was he saying? Well, this used to be his classroom, right? He taught it for maybe 10, 15 years. This was his room for the last 10. Last year, right? When school started up, apparently he mentioned Miss Foster. She teaches 9th grade down the hall. Hargrove mentioned finding a door in this room, and he had never seen it before. Miss Foster says that was her first inkling something might be wrong with him. At first, she thought it was some kind of delusion. I mean, there was no way he just found a new door in his classroom. He's been pretty much every day here for a decade, right? He wouldn't have missed it, right? Hargrove insisted, though. Miss Foster's like, sure, okay, whatever. Kinda worried about him. And then one night, she was here late grading papers. Impeachment bursts into a classroom and drags her down the hall. And he shows her, you can't miss him. Well, pointed to the blank white wall at the back of the classroom, devoid even of papers or poster boards. There's definitely no door there. I look back at him and raise an eyebrow. No, I'm not crazy. The door isn't there right now, but it will be. The door moves. Well, I don't know about moves, but it definitely isn't there most of the day. As far as I can tell, it shows up around 6 p.m. and disappears around 9. Not on the nose. It's not perfect, but that's the pattern. You've seen it then? Oh, multiple times. Let's get the hell out of me. First, earlier this summer I was here getting lesson plans ready, decorating. I'd heard about Hargrove vaguely. I think the rest of the staff were told to keep pretty hush-hush, especially around the new guy. Worried I wouldn't take the job. But yeah, I'm sitting up here at my front desk, right? And I glanced up. There's a door there. Definitely wasn't one before. I had a framed poster hanging where it appeared. Sheared in half, right in the line of the door frame. Plastic and all, perfectly clean cut. No idea where the rest of it is, he just disappeared. Jesus. I glanced back at the wall again and nearly jumped out of my skin. There's still no door there, but the Hat Man has suddenly appeared, stark black against the white plastic wall. I cursed him under my breath. What's up? You okay? I turned back to Nathan, gazing at me concerned. You don't. I didn't finish my sentence. It's clear Nathan can't see the shadow figure. He would have said something. Nothing. Just thinking about the poster. The door destroys things hanging on that wall. Nathan withdraws as a thin, worn leather notebook from a top drawer of his desk, and leaves through it, only if they occupy the same space it does when it appears. You can hang stuff in the door while it's there. I never have. But Hargrove left notes. How about opening it? Yeah. Here he says you can hang things on it while it's there, right? But it'll take them when it disappears. Is it locked? Oh God, no. Hargrove never did. I never will. I don't think so. He's known to be vague, but you'll probably understand when it shows up. There's something about it, right? Makes you not want to go near it. And definitely never open it. Like, that's the worst thing I could imagine doing. So no one's ever tried, I guess. Hargrove could have, but he never wrote about it. But maybe that's why things got so crazy around here, right? Has the door affected the rest of the school? Oh yeah. I mean, I've only seen some of it, but you hear stories. This floor especially. Weird stuff happens all the time. Hargrove wrote down everything he could. Give me a couple examples. Sure. Okay. Started out as little things. All his desks were rearranged every morning when he walked in. Other teachers complained about that too. Stuff goes missing all the time. Papers, supplies, personal items. Once someone lost their phone, and they kept hearing it buzz. Who couldn't tell where it was coming from, right? Well, they finally found it above one of the ceiling tiles in here. People's phones in general, or computers. They glitch. They break. The whole building is a dead zone. Reception is terrible. You can try it. I take out my cell phone and go to unlock it. My thumbprint won't register. I type in the passcode. It enters. But then it freezes, and I can't get past my lock screen. I mess with it for a few more seconds before I simply turn it off. Weird. I know. It's the worst in this room. Half the time, I can't get my computers to turn on. My phone's barely usable. And these kids can't text you in class, though, right? Wow. That's pretty extreme. Unable to help myself, I glance back at the Hat Man. He's still there, silent and unmoving. It filled his eyes on the back of my neck. Yeah, and that's just the harmless stuff. A lot of it is less harmless. Kids get hurt a lot here, lots of accidents. No one's died. We worry it's only a matter of time. One girl, her hair started falling out. Poor kid. There was no reason for it. By the end of the week, she was totally bald. Still hasn't grown back. One kid forgot how to write. Well, no, he could write, but some Aramaic-looking language, and no one could translate. Could have been a prank. But I know that kid. He's not the type. Another one that really sticks out is the day one of the classes couldn't stop laughing. That was Miss Foster's room, scared the hell out of her. Apparently one of the kids started laughing, right? And he couldn't stop. And it just sort of spread through the room till everyone was just hysterical. Went on for at least half an hour. And I'm talking forced, painful, can't breathe type of laughing. We wish you could stop, but someone's tickling you and it hurts. And you think you're going crazy. They say laughter is a panic response. And I think about that a lot. There's also, I talked about this with a couple of my peers, and we know it wasn't like this before. Not when I went here, for sure. Yeah, we still have time. It's easier if I just show you. Do you mind? Not at all. Well, it leads me out of the classroom and down at the front entrance. We enter into the balmy air of early evening. He stops us right in front of the school's main doors and points down to the ground. See, what am I looking at? How the pavement lines up with the doors. That gap there. I squat down and get a closer look. The school has a long concrete walkway from the street all the way up to the front doors. Except it doesn't line up perfectly. Or even well. There's a large wedge-shaped gap between the walkway and the wall of the school, about 6 inches wide. Or you can see the soil of the ground underneath. Okay. Bad architecture or... No, man. It wasn't like that before. And the walkway used to line up with the doors. Now that gap, it's like the school moved. Yeah. Like turning on its axis just a few degrees. But the whole building rotated counterclockwise. Yeah, dude. Crazy, right? That gap keeps getting bigger too. A couple of weeks ago, it was hardly big enough to see. Just a crack. Now it's very noticeable. I don't know. There's some weird spatial dimensional stuff going on here, right? Compasses don't work in the building either. And a door appears in a certain classroom at a certain time every day. Yeah. Maybe the whole building's and, normally. He writes like the Twilight Zone. Getting on my feet. Okay. I tell you, this is some of the most concrete fuck I've ever seen. The phone escapes Avery with a lot of stories, but not many of them come with proof like this. Yeah. The door shows up. It, well, you know, waste us. Let's head back up. So, we're in the room when it appears. We head back to school. I step gingerly over the gap between the door and the walkway. As we're walking up the stairs, I never manage to watch the door appear. Same as no one ever really feels the school turn. If you watch the wall, nothing happens. But you look away, right? We will never believe you. Blink, and there it is. Has anyone ever tried to film it? Hargrove did. The camera glitched out, of course. Who are the authorities? Cops? The principal wants to keep this on the DL. I don't know. Who could help anyway? Eugene doesn't exactly have the X-Files units though. By now, rumors are getting around. And with what happened to Hargrove, we enter Nathan's classroom. A glance immediately in the empty back wall. No door yet, but the Hat Man was still there in the same position we left him. While Nathan is distracted, taking a seat at his desk, I flip the shadow figure off and turn my back on it. What happened to Hargrove? It's all in here. It's his last entry. Tonight, I came to my classroom after a meeting in the teacher's lounge. My door was locked, which I had not done. I looked through the window. I glanced back at the door in the classroom. Like many school doors, it has a narrow window set into it. I looked through the window and saw one of my students, Ava. He's talking about Ava Thompson, a 12th grader. She was in his writing club after school. It wouldn't have been weird to see her there. Okay, Ava. Her back was to me, seated at a desk in my line of view. This worried me. It was past 6 p.m., so the door was almost certainly there, and I did not like to think of a student in the same room alone. Ava was not looking toward the door. She was focused on the laptop before her on the desk, and gently knocked in an effort to not startle her. She did not turn at the noise, and knocked again. Ava did not move. There was no way she didn't hear her. I grew concerned. Ava was sitting straight upright, facing the laptop screen. She was not slumped over. She did not look sleepy or injured. By not playing the game, she did not move. Then I noticed just how still she was. Her hand on the computer mouse did not move. The screen of the laptop, which I could not see well, was not playing anything. I thought Ava might have headphones in, but I saw no evidence of them. I began to wonder if she was even breathing. His shoulders were not moving. She was not shifting in a seat. I knocked again. I banged on the door and yelled a name. No response. Something was wrong. I tried to turn the doorknob again, but it was firmly locked. I looked down at it for a moment. I wondered if perhaps I could kick the door in. When I looked back through the window, Ava was standing up. Her back was still to me. The laptop was gone. I had not seen or heard a move. Who's like the scene jumped. I held a game. I slapped the door. Finally, Ava turned around. Except it was not Ava. I cannot describe the face. She looked furious. I jumped back, startled. When I came back to the window, the room was empty. I entered. I am shaken. The door is unlocked. Nathan puts the notebook down. That was the last thing he wrote. They bound him here the next morning. He was facing that wall, right where the door shows up, nose to the wall. Obviously, there was no door there at the time. He was all shaken up, crazy, locking some kind of fugue state. Once again, I glanced back at a Hat Man. I could imagine the poor Harry tortured Hargrove there. Finally snapped after a year of hell. Oh, where is he now? Oregon State Hospital. Jesus, yeah, he never recovered. They say he was mumbling about the door opening it. Don't know if that means he just tried. Or that last sentence. The door is unlocked. Did he mean the classroom door? Or the... I think about that all the time, dude. I'm pretty messed up about it. What if that happens to me, right? Don't let it. How? Am I asked for another room? First of all, block this one off. I don't know. If I'm saying this from experience here, don't fuck around with this. And glance back at the Hat Man. His teeth are out. He's smiling. It could be a matter of life and death. Well, that door is the epicenter of some kind of messed up phenomena. And people can and do get hurt. Can you help me talk to the others? Maybe he. Oh, I got my bag. Sure. I'll do what I can. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Well, know what's up. It sinks his eyes to go to the back of the classroom. All the blood leaves his face. And slowly, I straighten up and turn around. The Hat Man is still there. He seems much taller than before, and his shadowy edges are indistinct, vibrating rapidly. He's thrumming, buzzing like a swarm of bees. When a stranger approaches their hive, and next to him, and what used to be a blank white wall, there was now a door. I recognized it immediately. I've dreamt of it countless times in the past few months. Gray steel, silver handle, mundane. Or as far from mundane as you can get. What are you doing? His voice surprises me. I stopped in my tracks. Up. I start approaching it. That I'd have the distance between us. Fuck, Mason. Don't go near it. Seriously. No, I won't. But I will. I glance at the hat man. His thrumming increases. The sound of a rattle made of bone. The smell of ozone. Vibrations in the floor beneath my feet. The door looms before me. All the promises behind it. Feels like a dare. Feels like it all comes down to this. Mason. Jesus. That touched the handle. It's incongruous, warm and fleshy. Wood, which should be cold and metallic. Like a handshake or a caress. It turns easily when I push down. Behind me, Nathan is yelling, panicked. I ignore him. I glanced at the hat man's face, hopped near the ceiling. He looms over me, droning, predatory. He nods. I push. The door opens inward with a plume of stale air. Beyond, darkness. It's warm, but it's dark. Take a deep breath, bracing myself, and I step over the threshold. The door slams behind me, encasing me in darkness. The utter absence of light. Wildly, I stumble forward, reaching for something, anything. A wall, a switch. Nothing. I swing around, desperate. Sure, I just made a fatal mistake. I trap myself in a space between dimensions. A world of nothing but black. How strict the goddamn hat man. His only goal was to dispose of me, capture me, or kill me. And like a fuck idiot, I ignored my distrust and played straight into his hands. And my hands find a wall. Something that feels like a switch. I flick it. There's light, blinding in the previously absolute darkness. I shield my eyes with my arm and turn. I'm in the classroom, like I never left. I pause, blinking. Well, Nathan isn't here, but otherwise, it's exactly the same. Behind me is the door out of here. The hallway beyond to. I right at the back of the room is the blank white wall where the metal door should appear. But it's not there now. Glancing at the clock on the wall, I see why. It's 5:55. I open the classroom door first, peering out into the empty corridor. Lines of lockers, loose paper on the ground. None of the lights are on. It's quite empty, a school building after hours. Through the window at the end of the hall, I see only darkness. Like it's midnight, not 6 p.m. I get a bad feeling about this place. I don't know where I am, but I don't think it's the real school. I'm hesitant to go exploring. I feel like I'll get lost here. I head back in the classroom. One of the overhead lights flickers and pops in the darkness. Glancing over at the back wall, I see the doors appear, like he was there all along. Sighing, I approach it. There's really nothing else to do. I turn the handle, and I walk through. I'm in the classroom again, like a loop, except it's dark this time. Every light is out. Through the gloom, I see each desk is filled with a dark silhouette. They sit in silence, watching. Their heads twitch and turn to follow me as I head to the back of the room, to the metal door. Gripping the handle, I glance back at the whiteboard to see a Latin phrase written, ad infinitum, onwards towards infinity. Dominus fuck. I am not letting myself back out now. I slam open the door and barrel through, only to have one foot meet empty air. Panicked, I scrambled back, pressing myself against the wall. I'm on a small stone platform over a deep black pit. Above me, curved concrete walls raise into the distance. Looking up, I can barely make out a narrow pinprick of light at the top. Miles away, I'm in the center of a vast well, a hole. From the platform descends endless stone steps, winding around the walls of the pit. Their narrow array place and damp, covered in dark moss or black mold. The threat of slipping, falling is not only present, it's likely, but the door behind me is gone, so I don't have much of a choice. I start down, one hand on the concrete wall beside me. I wonder if I am in fact down in the very hole I encountered at the beginning of this long and harrowing journey. This one is round, much wider than was described to me, but who knows? Maybe it changes as it deepens. Maybe it will widen. I make my slow descent. I only hear my breath, my pulse in my ears. The occasional drip of blackish water from above. The bottom isn't getting any closer. God, I hate the heights. And here I am, barely balanced on a steep and winding staircase with no end. The void below seems eternal. If I fall from here, I think I'd fall forever. A sound cuts through the stillness, makes me jump and freeze. Comes from above, miles away, so faint I can barely hear it at all at first. But as it gets louder, rushing down an eternal velocity, I'd recognize it. A human scream. It's a male voice. A shriek of profound terror, keening and ragged. I look up to see a shape barreling towards me, falling straight from the hole's surface. I flinch back against the wall just in time. A split second later, he would have clipped me, carried me over the edge with him. He's flailing, grasping at the staircase, the walls. I only get a blurred glimpse of him as he passes, but I see the terror in his eyes, hear it in his voice. Then he's below me, shrinking in the darkness, still screaming, fades away after a few moments. I stand there, covering my breath. Well, then I hear another sound, the scrabbling of flesh and nails against the stone. It comes from the darkness behind me. Back up the staircase, something's following. You. I pick up my pace, hurrying now down into the darkness. I don't know what's down there, but I don't want to know what's behind me either. I'm going so fast, I almost miss it. A gray steel door set back into the shadowy niche, off in the stairs. I could have passed it easily. And then, who knows how long I would have been descending those stairs. Who knows how long before that thing behind me catches up. I swing into the niche and push the door open. It takes a second to figure out my surroundings, before I'm hit with a wave of vertigo. The world flips and swims, and I drop to my hands and knees. I'm in the hallway of an old house, but everything's upside down. The floor is above me, the door's inverted, but the furniture stuck to the ceiling, or maybe I'm the one on the ceiling. The metal door is ahead of me, upside down at the end of the hall, incongruous in this place of Victorian wallpaper and wood furnishings. I crawl toward it, not sure if I can stand, not really wanting to try. When I'm halfway there, I hear two laughter behind me, and turning, I see that the hallway curves. A set of inverted stairs leading up to the ceiling. The laughter is coming from there. A woman laughing, and it's unpleasant scroll. Then she speaks. I'm coming up there. I make it to my feet. My head clips the corner of an inverted side table as I pass by, but I barely feel the pain. I fumble with the handle of the metal door, disoriented for a few precious seconds, before I get it open. Behind me, a noise on the stairs. I glance back to see a pale hand emerge around the corner. Then I climb through the metal door, and it slams behind me. I fall into the ground with a thump, and lay there a few seconds, dazed. Stark here, but sitting up, I get the impression of an old stone building, the musty smell of things long dead and forgotten. Under me are leaves, roots, vines, tree branches, snake along ancient stone walls, the forest reclaiming its territory. I figure I stand at the far end of the room, barely visible in the darkness. I climb to my feet, groaning, and call out, "Hey!" My voice echoes around me. There's movement up high along the walls, like an animal skittering along the vines, and perhaps the vines themselves shifted in response. I approach the figure, which I'm starting to worry is an optical illusion. Its human shape, but otherwise has no distinguishing features, because silhouette in the darkness. A fuck, I say aloud. Of course, another shadow person. I watch it bend down to grab something on the floor. When it straightens up, it brings up the lid of a hatch buried underneath the leaves scattered the tile ground. With no hesitation, it jumps down into it. I move to investigate. The hatch opens into a well of darkness, out of which rises the damp, earthy smell of a stagnant pool of water. I glanced around. Maybe I should stay here a while, try to find a different exit. The vines and branches along the walls of this place shift. I hear them creaking, rustling, anticipatory. Then another noise comes from behind the building's walls. Dead, dry branches snapping off their trees and crashing onto the ground. Something huge moving through the forest. The steady clump hooves quickening its pace. Closer they come towards me. My decision's made. Glancing to the sky, I silently curse everything that led me here, and then I take a deep breath, and I leap into the hole. I hit the water fast. So fast it hurts. I'm taken under before I have time to react. It's bracing cold. So dark I can't even see the bubbles around me. I lose half my breath in an involuntary gasp of surprise, and my mouth is full of sour water rushing down my throat. I need air, need the surface, but I don't know which way is up. I make a few mindless strokes in an arbitrary direction, only to find my ankle is stuck in something. Maybe seaweed. I tug, but it's not breaking. Panicking now, I blindly reach down and rip away the vegetation. My fingers find something else entirely. It's solid, slimy, and thick. An old rope, maybe. My head pounds, oxygen depleting with every thump of my heart. I explore it by touch. It's oddly warm, somehow familiar, but I can't quite work out what I'm touching. Then the rope tightens around my ankle. A piece of it reaches up, strokes the top of my hand. I feel the blunt end of a nail, the fleshy pad, and I realize what I'm feeling are massive fingers. They transfer their grip, the giant hand latches around my wrist, and the rest of my air reserve is yanked out of my mouth when it drags me downward. I catch sight of something pale and huge beneath me, but I'm moving too fast. Lungs, screaming, close to passing out. I can't catch hold of my thoughts anymore. You're slipping so easily out of my head. It's pounding, throbbing. They need air. Something dark flashes in front of me, darker than water, and there's a tremendous jolt. My arm is nearly wrenched out of its socket as whatever has me let me go. Then I'm being propelled upwards. At least what I hope is upwards. Shadowy hands grip me on all sides, tugging my clothes, my hair. Water rushes around me, pressing on. God, I need air. I lose consciousness before I break the surface. Maybe not long before. When I open my eyes, I am on the shore of a dark lake, surrounded by grass and reeds. I cough and gag and roll over, and expel a stomach full of black water that I sucked in. What has to be the most beautiful breath man has ever known. I lay there a while, staring at the endless black of the sky, trying to gather my strength. But the edge of the lake, that thing in its depths, it's too close. I sit up, I scramble away. Water squelches in my boots, streams out of my leather jacket. I shed both and leave them there. A windowless black cabin sits between the trees by the shoreline. One door in the rough wood facing the lake. You guessed it, gray metal, silver handle. I'm exhausted, frustrated. I just wanted to stop, but instead, I go through the door. It opens into a hallway lined with doors and curtain windows. The architecture is old, elaborate, maybe Baroque. Dark silver wallpaper, tarnished gold moldings. Old furniture, brittle and disused. The air feels very heavy here. Sounds are muffled, flat. My head buzzes with the pressure of it. Feels like a mile underground. And piled up against every door in the window were mounds of gray earth. I recognized it immediately. Lila's death, the one she visited after her drowning. My heart leaped to the thought of her, and sinks instantly. Death realm. Like, you fuck idiot. Am I dead? I wandered the dark corridors for how long? I don't know. They're endless, labyrinthian. None of the turns make sense. I tried the old trick where you put your left hand to the wall and follow it, but after making 6 left turns and not ending up back where I started, I gave that up. Space doesn't work right here. The hallways change as you move through them. Everyone is different. Every so often, you'll encounter what I call landmarks. A huge, foggy mirror along one wall, in which my reflection is distorted, and other shapes seem to move in the hallways behind me. A wide chamber, where a chandelier made of deer antlers slowly swings back and forth. A stained glass window depicting a woman lounging in a pile of swaddling fetuses. A lock with 2 black cabinets, from inside of which I can hear a soft scratching noise. A vast grandfather clock that ticks backwards. A dusty pile of clothes. A child's left shoe. I passed all of it. My sock feet barely make a sound on the patchy carpet. I am surprised that my clothes are dry. How long have they been here? Around the next corner is a giant stone fireplace, elaborately designed, and moved toward it, thinking of Lila. She mentioned something like this in her transcript. Sure enough, it's packed with earth, filled to the brim. Something is moving around inside. Muffled scratching comes from the chimney. I watched with interest as a few clumps of dirt dislodged and rolled down the mound. Then my eyes are distracted. Something's glinting on the mantel above me. I reach up and feel around for a second, before my fingers brush something hard and metallic. Bringing it down, I examine a woman's ring. Delicate silver inlaid with a small black stone, made for a tiny finger. Did an inscription on the inside of the band. Ad infinitum. I know immediately that it's Lila's. She left it here when she came through. I know it deep in my gut, and I think back to the writing on the whiteboard. The same Latin phrase. Does she have a hand in this? Is she guiding me somehow? I set the ring under my pinky. It hits the first knuckle and won't go down any further. But I like it there. Even if she has nothing to do with all of this, it's comforting. There's a sound behind me, and I turn to see someone disappear behind the next corner. I follow immediately, even if the shadow person, at least it's something. But I slid my thumb over the ring on my pinky, and hope. When I round the corner, the figure is far down the hall, swallowed in the gloom. A jog after it, but it turns out to be another corridor. I took the corner at a run, only to nearly lose sight of it around another. I yell, wait, but it does not have anything. It moves faster. I give chase. The figure's always just out of reach, always a little too far ahead. At one point, I think I lost it, only to turn in place and see across the hallway at an intersection I already passed. I see what I think is a flash of blue hair as she disappears. Lila, I called. I remember her. At least I can almost do it. I almost see her face in my mind. Delicate, elfin, wide gray eyes. She needs to know. She needs to know I remember. I sprint after her down the hall, around the corner, and I skid to a halt. This corridor is the longest I've seen. The walls are bare, unadorned, no mounds of earth. At the end, there's a single door. A gray metal door with a silver handle. Commonplace. My door. I jog toward it, breathing hard, rubbing Lila's ring like a talisman. The end. I can feel it. I'm almost there. I reach toward the handle, I opened it, and I go through. This nightmare will end. And within a yard, when the Hat Man appears, he is a solid shadow given form, towering towards the ceiling. His disturbing white eyes gaze down at me, to crescent moons in the darkness of his face. He's grinning. He was standing right in front of my door. I stop before him, and breathing heavily, shaking. I don't want to look at him. His face scares me in a way not many things do anymore, but I'm determined to meet his eyes. Lee, he says. His mouth doesn't really move. Its teeth simply part, and the sound comes out. The voice you imagine when you think of death. Not that I think that's what he is. I don't know what he is, but that's what I think of. What? I snap. My voice is shockingly rasp, thick with tears, appalled by the sound of it. But I refuse to let this fuck, this thing that stalked me for years, haunt me, reaching into my head and planting the dreams there. I refuse to let it see my fear. Blanche, he says again. His voice is gentle. It's pleading. We have much to discuss, Lily, I asked. Go discuss you getting the fuck out of my life. Like in the Hat Man replies. His pupils roll madly around most stark white eyes. But I fear it will be such a loss, such a waste. Agree to disagree. You know it. Curious, the Hat Man asks. There's a current of anger in his words now, but clearly constructed masks of calm, showing cracks. I know you are. You who learned so much. And the things I can show you, things like teaching. Do you not want to see? See what? I will not say. But you've seen it already. You do not understand. This is only the beginning. I can hand you the keys to the universe. Peel back the curtain to the clockwork behind the stars. You've sought such knowledge, and you've only seen glimpses. See? Meager, paltry, pathetic glimpses. All the same. I am proud. Proud, yes. Proud. I can think of no better candidate than you. My ballet candidate. I say, for what? For my family. The Hat Man replies, gesturing down the halls behind me. Glancing around, I'm startled to see dozens of shadow people lining the walls on either side of the corridor behind me. Silent, watchful, I let my eyes travel up and down the formation for a long moment, before what he's offering really hits me. Then I turned back to meet his blank, awful eyes again. Hold up, I say. You want me to join the Rely cult or something like that? To what? What are you? I am offering, the Hat Man growls, something that most humans would die for. I am offering you the chance to move between worlds, to see all, to learn all. He leans down to get in my face. His breath wafted against me. He smells like burning plastic and rotting leaves. His teeth are still shaped like a smile. His eyes are round, animated, pupils moving and focusing. With this close, I can confirm what I already know. It's just a mask. Just some perverse mask of humanity. Show some respect, he says. Let me give me your answer. I think back on the past 5 years. All the people I've met, all the people I've lost, all that I've learned, all that I've guessed. I think of what could be under that man's smiling mask. I think of all the things shrouded in darkness, never meant for human eyes. All the wisdom this journey brought me, all the happiness it took. In the end, I don't have to consider for long. Nah, I say. No thanks. And before he could respond, I thrust my hand forward, the hand on which I wear Lila's ring. It passes through the Hat Man, as easily as he passes through a shadow, and I found the silver handle, and I opened my door. So that's my final decision, the final threshold I crossed. And honestly, I think it was my best work. I spilled out into Nathan's sunlit classroom. He was still yelling. Hadn't stopped, actually. I'd been gone for exactly 3 seconds. The door had vanished, though. That was good. We didn't part on the best of terms. I couldn't really talk for a second there. I just mumbled something about the door, how sorry I was, and I left. Never looked back. Undone. Well, I guess that I've given up the search. I've got all the answers I could want. I've seen the dark underbelly of this world, and the worlds beyond. And I've seen monsters, seen a glimpse of death. I've seen enough, in short, to know what I really want. I'm going back to New York. I liked it there. I like to give someone a ring back. If you're in the area, keep an eye out for me. It won't be hard to spot. Not because I'm anything special, but for the first time in years. And I think I'll be alone. I think I'll have a girl beside me. A girl with bright eyes, blue dreadlocks. A girl whose memory is now somehow clear in my mind. And maybe, despite all of it, maybe we'll look happy.